Usually I've just lately been sticking to Master Duel themes, but sometimes I get thematic. All right. It is time. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. We've been here the whole time. You just couldn't hear us. The Cone of Silence. But hello, welcome to more What's Up, the further adventures of Firehead Girl.
Flame hair, red.
The nicknames. I'm so glad though when I met back up with our hunting friend, she remembered to call us Aloy despite the Nora.
That's something I super appreciate. It seems like, according to this game, you literally did everything in the first game.
Yeah, I think the only thing they've walked back is overrides, and even then, you get to keep some of them. It's just because there are new models out here in the Forbidden West, you can't necessarily override everybody. But also, overrides are a whole other thing now.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of whole other things in Horizon. We'll talk about it in a second. But first, let me remind you this episode is brought to you by patrons like Adam DeHart, Bonko Comics, Akazima, Architect 10, Plex G, Carlos, Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Ball Center, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin Trevor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, Siren 23, Ender, and The Crow. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early and more. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Thank you.
The last storm caused a deluge that brought down half of the mountain.
Oh, I see you are also
right through the village.
rocking the which Utaro outfit is this?
But I need to keep watching.
I think it's the Harvester. Because there's two
Yes.
Otaro stealth ones.
Yes.
One's,
I am also rocking this. I think I'm wearing this exact same dye pattern too.
It's the best one. It's the autumn one.
Yeah.
Tell him,
That so
tell him I'm here.
Horizon, everybody. We've been playing it a lot. We've been doing it on our minds. YouTube's yelling about audio, but I'm sure it's fine.
Let me double check. Yeah, we're outputting stuff.
I mean, it's been like 3 minutes, and nobody. Once we actually rolled over to video, nobody in chat was like, "I can't hear you." I suspect chat would yell at us. If they
I would
couldn't
hope
hear us.
so.
Like, not hearing us in the title screen is normal. Let me make sure I'm tabbed over though, so I can see everybody's comments, not just whatever YouTube thinks is the top comment.
Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Hang on. All message viable.
Can anyone hear us? Where are you?
Unless you're a Russian bot spamming us, then you go in the trash can. But yeah, so Horizon.
Horizon. So funnily enough, technically, I should be further along. Like I said, I got into this before Omega did, but I got what I like to call a niggle. That bothered me. Uh-oh. And I restarted my game. And that put me a little bit behind Omega. I think Omega's probably a little bit further than me currently. I just completed Eyes of the Earth. Ah!
Yep. I actually logged that one earlier, but I've been making sure to go back and pick up a lot of the subquests while they're still appropriately leveled back in the Daunt. You know, as you do in your big giant open world game.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's kind of interesting how they've developed the system to like. The map is like super huge and big and open, but they've built the ways in to like to prevent you from running through. So far that even like some side quests have literally given me like, hey, you can't do this next bit now.
Yeah, that happens, but I'm
cool.
like I said, I am not to be daunted. I am a little offended at some points. You just like, you cannot go further than here. I'm all like, rude.
Yeah, there feel like there are more invisible walls and arbitrary blocks now.
All right.
Like the spots where your mount cannot go is very much, you know, way more obvious.
Where's my
right?
great
It's
shot?
just like, you're going near a town. Your mount cannot enter here.
Bitch! I love Brace Shot. It is the best.
Yeah, no. Brace is my favorite. It fucks him up. So, like, as you guys can tell, we like some subsystems in this game a lot. Me personally, I think my general impression so far is everything new they've added, I usually like it. Some of the stuff they've kept that's old, I don't necessarily feel like they've always changed enough to make it better. There's still a bajillion weapons that all have different ammo types. It's even worse with outfits. You get free outfits for shit. now. Like, suddenly I go in my inventory and I'm like, where the fuck did I find this pair of pants? I don't know. It was a quest reward or it was in a treasure chest. I think the only thing that they've really improved is not necessarily crafting overall, because now you need specific bits from specific machines that are, like, tied to your interaction.
I mean,
or you buy them from salvagers, thank God.
Yeah, I know. Like, I figured that out. I was all like, oh, sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah. But what I do want to say is, God, I love the stash. Oh, my God.
No. I think... So, this is one of those things where they simultaneously made things more difficult and easier.
Yeah.
So, when you're out collecting things, you can only carry so much of an item. Like,
yeah.
Let me actually pull it up here. Inventory.
You can carry so much ammo, so many medicinal berries. I think everything except metal shards you have a cap on. Yeah, shards are also currency.
Does it actually show the cap here? It's not showing the cap here.
I think you got to go to your stash to see what your cap is.
Yeah. Oh, no, here's some of them. Like, with some of these pouch runs, you can only carry 15, especially with the ammo. I think ammo is the big one because, yeah. But you can only...
that I think is one thing that does bother me is the ammo cap is way fucking lower, and increasing it is still kind of a pain.
Well, I don't necessarily mind it so much because this is one that, like I said, they make the game... It definitely makes the game harder, but it also makes you want to consider what your plan of attack is. Like, yeah. I have become nearly a god with just using basic-ass bitch arrows.
Yes. No, I don't fuck with elemental damage for the most part.
Like, usually I use it to...
If there's like a specific tough machine, right?
Well, I'll use it to hit, like, canisters or...
Yeah. That's true. There's a couple of, like, chain reaction shit.
Like... You can fuck up most machines just by hitting a canister with its same element.
Yeah, that causes it to detonate. That usually causes them to overattach. I will say, that's really good for the Tanakh, the rebels, because when those guys are machine riders, that fucking sucks. Damn,
I missed.
Was I this OP on horseback? Probably not. I haven't bought any of that machine tree.
Ow!
But yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, I think that they did a lot to make fighting small machines better. Fighting big machines does still feel like an appropriate level of challenge. But I feel like it's usually like right now, you're fighting one snap maw. You know, they don't usually try and like gang you up with like 2 snap maws.
Oh, but they can.
They can. I did a side quest for an Utaro thing. I don't know if you've done it. Let me know. But a stalker showed up, and then a second stalker showed up. That fucking sucked.
Yeah. The fun thing about that is one praise shot took out that fucking that first one, and then I used the second one to farm materials. Because again, that's what I'm saying. Like things are hard, but you don't. It's not necessarily you don't have the tools. It's just sometimes I feel like there's a little too much tool.
Yeah, it's hard to coordinate all your different bits and bobs. Like, I don't necessarily feel like I'm outmatched. I feel like sometimes the game is just, like, overwhelming or confusing. Like, it's still Horizon. You will still sometimes be forced into fights with, like, a bunch of dudes, right, where you can't hide. Like, if you're defending a place, or if you accidentally, like, you know, glide down a cliff face and fly right into an enemy rebel camp. Well, you know, it happens.
It happens.
And the one thing I feel like is still not quite perfect is I love the quick pulse on the focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very good for valuables, very good for climbing. I wish it also tagged enemies and animals.
Oh, just straight up tagged?
Yeah, well, at least if they're in the short radius, right? Because there are a lot of times when you're in these big fights with a lot of guys, there are guys everywhere, and especially if there's verticality, it can be hard to tell where these shots are coming from.
That's
because they've done a lot to increase enemy variety. I do want to say there's a lot of different new machine types, and there's a lot of different behaviors for human enemies. You know, you have human archers who will fire, you know, like multi-shot arrows. Some guys will throw fire at you. Fuck enemy heavies with Deathbringer guns. Those suck. Ooh. They really amped up how much being hit with a heavy weapon gets you. It's a little tedious, but you know, it's
I think
it's
the one
supposed to
thing
be
that
scary. They're big boys.
I think the thing that pisses me off the most, honestly, about human enemies is that they're wearing fucking armor.
Yes, they have armor plating now, especially masks, which unless you have a very powerful weapon, they'll just be like, headshot? Nah, fam. Once again, the game really, really, really rewards stealth. Like, if you have the time to methodically approach an enemy camp, and they usually have very good sources of stealth. One thing I will say is a huge improvement over the first game is medicinal shit is everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you are in an area where you are likely to encounter a fight or are just before a fight, there will be medicinal plants everywhere. And even if you use up all your quick heals, you can craft using your medicinal berries as a backup, right?
Right.
Like, so they've done so much to diversify this. You still have access to all your fucking potions and lotions. I do think that the way the quick menu works is the fact that items you have 0 of are counted against it, and you can't, like, unequip them is a little annoying, because if you're having to, like, switch on the fly, it's a little frustrating sometimes.
Well, this is why
these potions, I just want to smoke bomb!
Well, that's why you hold it. Like, if you hold it, you open up the thing here, and then you can organize it. And then you can take things out.
Can I actually take them out?
Yeah.
God, this is a little...
Honestly,
there's so many subsystems.
Honestly, I figured this out by accident. It's like the same thing. It's the same thing with the fucking berries. When you're out of them, if you hold out, you'll actually refill what you have from your inventory.
Yeah, if you hold on, yeah. The game actually gave me that as a tooltip once when I ran out. I was like, hey, you're out of medicinal. You might want to refill from berries. And I'm like, oh, I can do that? Nice.
Yeah, so...
There's a lot of subsystems. Everything is so in-depth, and it's really cool, but sometimes, like you said earlier, it's just, you have a few too many tools.
Yeah, so... You basically...
One thing I will say I find a little annoying is face paints.
I haven't even got... I've been unlocking them. I don't even know what they fucking do, though.
Well, you need to find a face paint merchant, Lucky. Guess where the face paint merchant is? The first one ever is in the desert.
Oh.
Yeah, like, when I eventually got tired of unlocking them, I got annoyed, and I'm like, where the fuck is the face paint merchant? And, you know, online it's like, you gotta go to Sunspear, which is in the middle of the desert. It's like a solar plant or something. And I'm like, wait, that's like, through like 3 or 4 main story quests, guys. Why are you giving me these as like, core side quest rewards so early? Why not just put a face paint guy? I guess it's supposed to be like a Tanakh thing.
Well, yeah, no, the whole body thing is definitely a Tanakh thing, and it's weird.
But it's yet another form of customization. But like we said, a lot of the new subsystems are good. Lucky's just showed you off. They've done so much to improve the climbing. It's not full Breath of the Wild, but I guess with the new engine, they're able to program it so that Aloy can grab a lot more different kinds of surfaces, right?
Right.
So you can straight up free climb more areas where you need mobility. And you can also force it. The physics are a little janky. I have occasionally gotten stuck in objects.
Yeah.
I have fought enemies who have managed to transpose themselves into objects. Which, by the way, I mean, I didn't fight those guys. Thank God that was an optional objective to kill everybody in the Rebel camp, because the last Rebel guy fused with a rock. So I could scan him, but I could not harm him. Luckily, you can just leave the area after killing the Rebel leader. But that one kind of was weird. So there's still some rough patches in the code, right?
Right.
They've done a lot to improve the engine and everything, but there's still some gaps in there. I particularly had a problem where, for a little bit, Horizon was sucking up so much juice that it was causing my PS5 to overheat. It's been warmer lately, so I had to take my faceplates off and get the shop vac out and suck it all out. After that, I haven't had any problems after making sure my ventilation is clear and, you know, like I said, taking a shop vac to the actual machine. But, yeah, it's got a lot of engine power. There's so much detail. Like, I think I talked about this on our first stream. Like, first of all, everybody, audience at home, look right now. Look at all those trees and shit. Look at all them bushes. Foliage is, like, so dense and complex, and a lot of it's solid. There are bugs everywhere. There's so many more animals. Like, honestly, I know that, like, you still need animal bones and stuff and skins for crafting, but at least when you're in an area with those animals, I feel like there are so many more of them, and the drop rates are so much better.
Oh, I definitely feel that too, yeah.
like, obviously, some animals are in areas I haven't reached yet, but, you know, if I'm stumbling across, like, a couple of foxes, there's usually, like, 2 or 3 of them, and they will usually drop something good within that number. So they've done a lot, I think, to fix their drop rates. The new equivalent of, like, Blue Gleam, Emerald Gleam, Green Shine, yeah. Is, like, way more common, and you just find it in places and get, you know, bits from Bob's. There's dyes everywhere for buying dyes and face paints and stuff.
I know that Green Shine's supposed to be a kind of a rare thing, but I do super appreciate that because if you're working on a particular item, you can set it as a quest, and the game will tell you, hey, you can go find this thing here, and even if it's Green Shine, they'll be like, hey, it's in this area. I'm all like, oh, thank God, perfect.
Yeah, I have been heavily using the create job systems to keep track of stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, super
I know that was a thing in the old one, but it just seems like it's a lot cleaner and more reliable here. Because it takes you right to the areas where you can find some stuff. But yeah, so there's like a lot of things. Oh, I'm not paying close to dialogue if Aloy said it's stuck underwater.
Oh, is it stuck underwater?
Action Chat is saying that thinks Aloy said something about it being underwater.
Oh, sorry, I'm
icon's kind of that direction. It's sometimes hard to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and like you said, new systems.
Oh, here
love weapon skills. Love Valor Surges.
That's what I was looking for. Right
I recently got to it's fairly high down the tree. I got to the Valor Surge they showed off in the trailers, where you just do like a big fucking shockwave. Love it. Are there 50 billion dudes around me? No, there's not. The stealth one is really cool. I've also got, like, I think one of the ones that does, like, increased critical damage, increased rain damage. They're all really neat. Same with weapon skills. Like, again, you have less ammo. Enemies are sometimes tougher, like they require more coordination, but you have way more tools to deal with them, and some of those tools are pretty sick. The brace shot is one of them. That's, I think, like one of the first sharpshooter bow weapon skills you can get.
Yep.
Aloy just puts a little bomb on her arrow for free. It just uses your weapon stamina, which regenerates, takes a knee, and fires a really powerful shot. And most machines, it will, if not one-shot them, will take a significant chunk off their HP, and it'll probably blow off whatever component you hit.
It might destroy it, though, too.
Yes. So it's not, I've noticed it's not the best for taking out weapons you want to, like, pick up off an enemy, but if it's just an attack you can't steal, it's pretty good. The pullcaster is great. So much more interaction you can do. The igniter and the fire gleam's a little weird, but I guess they needed a way to let you do Zelda bombs.
Yeah, but again, it's more just a, what's the word I want to use? A thing to sick.
Kronk.
It's just a way for them to lock progress. It's like with the breath mask and excuse me, whatever they got going on with the flowers. Because in the previous one, the flowers were just a collectible, but now they're a thing to actually block progress and whatnot. So
yeah, and I assume everything is like, while there's basically a couple you get through like advancing the main stage. You start with the pullcaster. The next thing you get is the shield wing. After you go to do the embassy. Spoilers, it doesn't work. Everybody's dead, Dave. So you do all that. You pick up a shield generator off a guy. You've got the shield wing, so you can.
I will say this: I'm a little sad it's not. You don't actually get to use the shield component of it.
No, I think that's a Valor Surge later. Is you can like give yourself temporary invincibility with the shield, but yeah, by default it's just you glide, which is still sick, but not as cool as actually being able to like block or parry ever. You can only dodge.
Can you make it to the shore from here?
And then after you pursue like all your signal and stuff, then when you hook back up with Silence to like try and find your Gaia back up, he's like, "Now Aloy, let me teach you how to make an igniter to blow some stuff up. Go underwater."
I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna stick this igniter in your neck.
Yeah, no, I talked about this off mic yesterday. I love how Aloy's response to Silence is just like, "All right, motherfucker, you get one. You've got your one. And if it doesn't work out, I swear to Gaia, I'm gonna find you and I will stab you."
Maybe he's with the other survivors.
And also turns out Silence was fucking wrong about something.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, it's It's pretty early. I would say that the guy in Hades' backup facility you run into is probably like the end of Act 1. I don't know if we want to talk about that yet. The game has been out for a week.
Yeah,
But
I guess it is.
I feel like I feel like it's a pretty major part of the plot, but we can let it sit for a little bit. But guys, we called it. We knew it was up.
Oh yeah, the minute they start off talking about that, I'm just like, oh, I definitely know. I think I said talked about it last week. I was like, something, but
yeah, we got some vibes from they went out of their way to talk about the space program and the Far Zenith project. So yes, that is a recurring element. I talked about this off mic as well. I feel like a recurring plot element is like the first game was Aloy had to discover her like identity and stuff, right? She had to become self actualized and stuff. And also, hey, you can see Lucky got kind of stuck in something.
Oh yeah, I made it out though.
You just gotta wiggle a little bit. You'll figure it out eventually. Mm-hmm. Usually, just sprinting, rolling, jumping will get you free. But so the first game I feel like was like Aloy was kind of like coming into her own. She had to figure out who she was, where she come from, kind of stuff. The second game seems to be really hammering home, hey, you can't do this shit alone. You need friends.
Aloy refuses to want friends.
Yes, but she gradually grows to let other people help her out, she guesses.
I mean, some of them have literally chased her across fucking...
Yeah. One thing I do like is that Aloy, and I thought that this is a really cool concept, I'm glad they thought of it for this, is Aloy is actually, like, spreading out the focuses, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, she's giving it, and even when you complete Eyes of the Earth, they talk about how they've unlocked the communication function, so now you can actually, like, telephone call people on your focus, like how Silence cyberstalks you. So that's cool. Like, we're building a group of allies, we're building up our information network. We've got a lot of recurring characters coming back, along with new characters.
Like, again, I like that they, like, in the first game, Aloy was just literally non-stop moving, constantly had to stop, keep going, and she still has that kind of thing, but they've actually, designated, they literally call it, the base, where it's her... Oh, wait, can I go underwater?
There's a base. And it's even got expansion. Mm-hmm. As you get more BioWare plot coupons, new rooms will unlock.
I'm pretty sure it's not until you... Actually, can I use the toolcaster underwater? Or do I have to maybe...
Yeah, I'm pretty... So, I think we can say this without it being a spoiler, because you knew this was what we were after already, is... the game has an emphasis on you need to recover Gaia's missing sub-functions, because they're all independent. So, I don't think it's a spoiler to say the first one you handle is Minerva. I do kind of feel like I'm a little sad that I feel like they aren't making the sub-functions as much their own characters like Hades was.
Well, Hades had a long time to become what it was.
True. The other sub-functions were like kind of a side effect, an accident.
Yes.
But Minerva is communications and code breaking, so you unlock that function first. That gives you the network I talked about and gives you your home base. But that doesn't give you enough juice to solve the problem. I like that they also, once again, assume you completed Frozen Wilds. Mm-hmm. So if you didn't complete Frozen Wilds, you're going to be lost, because Hephaestus is a major plot point. But what you're told is that you need to capture Hephaestus because that's the command and design for robots. Unless you can build new robots and command them collectively, you cannot fix the biosphere. You are given a time limit of months.
Mm-hmm.
So this, again, like you said, Aloy doesn't really stop moving, but when you have a time limit of months, you can actually, like, slow down a little. You can plan out your progress, right? Mm-hmm. So you need the other sub-functions to get enough processor juice so that you can actually capture the Hephaestus function and design new machines.
Yes.
So the three that are in this game openly so far are, after Minerva, is Aether, which is the air, Poseidon, which is water, and Demeter, which is plant life. So they're all in different places, but I assume that the different things we're talking about with the progression are kind of key to some of those.
Well, like I said, before I restarted, I did complete the Poseidon one, and sure enough, you get the breath mask as you basically go to the remains of Las Vegas, go to basically a Superdome which is completely flooded, and you meet an Ostrom there is all like, we can totally make a breath mask, and Aloy's like, fuck yeah, let's make a breath mask.
So then I would assume that if you go to Demeter, the plant one, she probably gives you the thing that deals with metal flowers.
Probably, that's what I'm assuming.
Yeah. So like I said, I feel like they're there, and it is very much I feel like it is like almost the classic BioWare plot coupon. Like you're literally told, all right, you can go to these 3, you can technically do them in any order, but they have difficulties. You can only do them one at a time. You've got a special plot coupon capturing device. The storage media is limited. You can only fit one AI subroutine on one device at a time.
I felt
Yeah, platforming is usually better, but sometimes Aloy gets a mind of her own, off kick jumping off stuff. Still, they give you a lot of options, but it can get a little.
That's what I'm looking for.
So yeah, like there's definitely a sense of progression, and you got to get the things. So that'll probably take us to all the areas, and then again, there's other plot stuff we don't want to talk about just yet. But it's very interesting. But yeah, like I said, I feel like there's a lot of recurring. But plot-wise, like direction-wise, the game is good. You know, they're introducing you to new tribes. You get to see some characters who are neat. You get to see some characters who are not neat.
I can send it to
Lucky, I want to ask you what your opinion is like on the Utaru, because I generally not super fond of some of those guys. Zoe's cool.
Zoe's cool. Well, again, that's like... Oh, shit. Maybe I need a different angle on it. Oh, maybe I can hit here. The Utaru... I don't know. They're tribal hippies, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, no. That's what I said to myself. I'm like, get a load of these hippies. It's just one of those, and I think it's written this way, so you feel for Aloy. Like, I really feel Aloy's frustration with some of these people when we go to, like, their big government conclave, and we're like, your shit is fucked, and they're like, even so, we cannot possibly do anything different. We must be part of the cycle of life and death, therefore we will die, and it's just like, fucking, what? God, you guys are literal privileged hippies, and do not know what to do with yourselves. At least the chorus is. Like, when you meet some of their other characters, some of the other people seem to have a little bit more of a practical response, you know?
Sorry.
Like, some of them are actually ex-Tanakh.
We took shelter in here when
Oh, yeah.
mudslides swept through.
Well,
the
and
veterans,
also...
they call them.
debris blocked up
Well,
the
some of the... Like, I did some of the post-Earth Eyes things, and where you actually get to, like, do a couple of a quest for the chorus, and some of them are just all, like... Yeah, no, a couple of them are just like, yeah, we actually wanted to help, but that guy over there, he's, you know, the loud one, so if we go against them... It's all politics, which I can't really necessarily...
So she survived.
Blame any group. All groups have politics, and
Yeah.
right now, everyone's in a fucking bad way. That's one of the things that like I found most crazy about Plainsong was fucking when you're rolling up on it, just all around their city, just the blight is going on, and you're just like,
Yeah, they did this great framing job of Plainsong is, like, under some satellite dishes or something.
yes,
The domes, they call them, or the dishes. And when you stumble up on it, you just see fields and fields, and you're like, damn, that's cool. And then you get closer, and you're like, oh, fuck, half these fields are blighted.
yeah, and so they're
you can
going
see their land gods, the plowhorns,
Mhm.
who are really interesting. Like, even when they're deranged, they're non-hostile, right? Like, they don't try and fuck with you. I think they'll still run you over if you stand in their way, but like they just go about their own business. Unfortunately, because they're borked, their own business does involve overseeding the land and possibly causing blight.
yeah, and you know
But
this
still,
leads
yeah,
into like other such things. So no, like overall, like again. Like, oh, what's the logical fallacy? By tradition, what is it?
Yeah, appeal to tradition.
Appeal to tradition. That's what it is. They have a bad case of that. Well, unfortunately, a lot of tribes do, which is a consternation to Aloy constantly. But also, I think Aloy's a bit
Can talk among them.
Well,
spiteful.
Aloy actually has a big picture, right?
Mhm.
So it's very easy for her to go like, "You're being dumb." I would also say this is the thing that I think strikes me as a little weird. Time scale is a little strange in Horizon, right?
Mhm.
Like, it's supposed to be, it says in the opening, this is supposed to be 1,000 years in the future. I've mentioned this before. None of this shit Lucky is standing on would make it 1,000 years.
Oh, again, then it'd be a very weird. Then it'd be a very
I know,
weird.
like it's kind of a weird thing where they wanted to have big number, big time, but also have like responsible ruins. So it works out, and like I don't really mind. It's just one of those things of like, yeah, the time scale's a little weird. Like there's a relic ruins that is a like rail building that was built in 1923, for instance. Absolutely would not have lasted nearly that long already.
I don't know about that again. Like I know you've said that, but stone like
again, I guess it depends on the structure. I think mortar breaks down over time. Brickwork itself is fine.
Like I can understand like yeah, you can say mortar, but like solid sheets of metal, even if they become rusted and pitted, will not just necessarily like vanish. Like buildings will collapse, you know, they would get rusted, pitted, and eventually break down, but
well, yeah, that's true. Some of it would be skeletal. I haven't actually. It's been a long time since they've done stuff like Life After People and other documentaries on this kind of thing.
But
there is a rate of like modern like steel, glass, and concrete.
But I will say, like, I will say this.
Very long against corrosion.
I will say this: everything should be covered in plants, though. Literally.
Oh
everything.
yeah, no, plants don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
right.
No, that's the thing. I definitely will say no.
Yeah, and that I think is the real killer, right? Is that like because there's a lot of varieties of like tree and stuff where their roots will just break right through even reinforced concrete given enough time.
Thanks to you, the soldiers are safe. But
and maybe the idea, the reason why stuff hasn't been overtaken is this is something you actually get to have a conversation with Hades again. And he actually says he was actually activated before.
3 times.
He has pruned several biospheres.
Oh,
we are
5
in the
times.
5th one.
Yeah.
He gets to have funny haha villain dialogue. But yeah, basically, so it is possible that the reason why maybe plants and stuff haven't worn everything down is because the biospheres had to be reset a couple of times. That could give you some longevity. But the other thing I was going to talk about with timescale is Aloy's, what, 18, 19?
Well,
17?
apparently, like I think she's like 16 because I don't think it's even been like a full year after the fucking
So yeah, maybe 16 or 17. I'm trying to remember when the derangement was. But like it's been since the derangement was basically when Gaia exploded.
Yes.
And things got wrong. So that was her like gestation, birth, growing up, all that stuff. So I guess it's just like you guys really haven't come up with a solution in 15 whole years. That's like 15 years is a long time for practical solutions.
Whoa!
But I guess the idea with the Utaru is that they really are like very coddled, right? Like their way of life was super secure pre-derangement.
I've trained under him ever since it was a
So I guess that is supposed to be like kind of their problem is that they're very stagnant.
I mean, they're like old trees, just you know, the roots grow deep.
I suppose they're well fed. Yeah, they got a lot of old fogies in their ranks. I'm seeing
that's the thing. I think is the part of the thing is the location that they were before the derangement was really fucking good. Literally, they had machines that would give them ever fertile ground, and they had huge ass fucking fields, and they maybe didn't want to necessarily.
And they had so much food that they were able to like buy off the Tanakh, right?
Yeah.
It's a redstone
Which is very interesting because the Tanakh, they're like, again, I like how we start with the familiar. You start in like Karja Oseram type territory, and then you get to the newer tribes, and like they have their own problems, right? Which is good because when you interact with a Karja or an Oseram,
the savior.
Yeah, hey, it's the savior of Meridian. Oh my God, you're when you meet I forgot the guy's name we're supposed to meet in the truce. It starts with an F.
Fazel, something like that.
Fazad? Anyway, when he meets you, he's like, oh, if you personally received this from the Sun King, you're pretty high up there in the world, right?
Did he make it?
We're going to find
Saved me.
So, like,
The flood took him.
when you're dealing with those people, Aloy has a lot of cachet. Honestly, thank God the only Nora we have to deal with is Varl. Aloy would not be happy about constantly people yelling about the Anointed right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'll catch up.
But when you deal with new tribes, like, you don't have any of the cachet. Like, the thing with the chorus of the Utaru is Aloy uses her focus to, like, help one of their land gods that has a problem. It's got a malfunctioning component or something. She like pops off. And so the story like goes through all that. And even then the mouthy leaders are like, yes.
Outlander.
Yeah. Maybe you could help us, but maybe we just sit here and die. Do you ever think about that, Outlander? And Aloy's like,
Are you fucking kidding?
sorry, what? and then it's okay. Everything catches fire, and she's just like, fuck it. I don't need your permission anymore. Aloy, out! Smoke bomb.
Rappel off the
Shielding
building.
yeah, repel off the building or shield wing away. Bye.
There's a lot of
The much like the glider in
can't talk about in there.
Breath of the Wild, and arguably even the sailcloth in Skyward Sword, the shield wing just makes for great exits. It's just like, I'm out. Whee!
No, it's great. Again, I do feel like, I think the thing that bugs me most about LA and a lot of things is she seems completely irreverent of other people's beliefs and traditions, which I know appeal by tradition is not the greatest thing, but what's the word I want to say? In the way that the world is, some things are just fucking motherfucking wild. Like,
Yeah,
Aloy,
I mean, she has a little bit. She has a little bit of respect. Like, I get. So your whole plan is to reboot Gaia, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So Aloy gets the kernel and starts booting up a new Gaia intact. So she tells Gaia, "Hey, go easy on Varl and so, okay? They're not used to all this. Don't blow up their brains, okay? Like." She has respect for individuals, probably because she was an outcast to the Nora. She has no truck with culture, you should say. Like, if you tell her, oh, our people has always done this, she's like, cool, I don't give a fuck.
It's like when Varl's like, oh, Gaia's the goddess. She's like, she's not the goddess. I'm like, but me internally be like, no, she kind of fucking is. If you think
I mean, she is. You were born from the mountain that Gaia was stored in, Aloy. She is the goddess. It's just context.
It is, but no, still the thing. Gaia is the system that literally controls the fucking world and everything in it.
Oh, yeah, no. But also, like I said, literally, Gaia, the Gaia core was in the mountain that Nora think is sacred. She is actually their goddess. It's just...
But
their goddess is
Aloy...
an all-powerful AI. But I think Aloy just... Well, it's a Nora thing, too.
Yeah.
Aloy is arguably reasonably butthurt at her home culture.
And Aloy has been baptized by super science.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think she's self-actualized quite well, considering. Well, she's self-actualized in a sense, knowing that she is merely a clone of someone before. But I think that also puts what I want to say undue pressure on everything she does.
That's it's one of those classic cloning stories, right?
Yeah.
Where like, on the one hand, it gives her a surety of purpose. She's like, okay, I can do this. Elizabeth, you could do this. I can do this. I am an exact copy of you. I can do anything you can do, and arguably much more, because like, while we do find her wearing like some of the high-tech armor, as far as I know, Elizabeth Sobek did not go to the front line and like start slinging railguns or anything. But Aloy will not only do tech shit to the best of her ability, but, you know, she's not afraid to murder some motherfuckers. And honestly, I think the stealth takedowns of humans got more vicious.
Oh, no, they did.
Like if you go into a rebel camp, or when you do the side quest to take care of some of those Eclipse guys who are left over, like, it is brutal.
Like, sometimes
Like,
she'll stab them and then just like smash their face on the knee, trip them and stab them. Even on the machine,
yeah, she will take them to the ground, and she will do the double-fisted drive down with the spear with intent. Like, just like, you are dead now.
Like, but on that subject, I can't really talk about it, because once you complete one of the subroutines, a story quest unlocked that takes you out of it for a little bit, and something happens there that gives you some perspective, and it's a little weird. Like, I don't want to talk about it because it is quite spoilery.
Yeah, there's a lot of, as you would expect, not only is this setting very dense, there's a lot of plot density to the second game.
Mm-hmm. So, but
we'll get there. We'll talk about full reviews later once we're
like
50 minutes.
Because as technologically advanced, I want to say, Aloy is and the rest of the world. And the rest, she's actually, she's still, when Chips comes down, a primitive. Like, she doesn't know, like, she knows how to use technology, but she doesn't know the sciences. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
I mean, like, she understands some basic principles of, like, okay, power, electricity comes from thing, go to thing. You know. Her focus has given her a lot of observationals, but if you wanted her to, like, tell you what the periodic table is, she'd probably be like, I don't know what that is.
bonk.
Because, you know, fucking Ted Faro broke Apollo.
That is very much
Okay,
Aloy, though, just constantly being like, fucking Ted Faro. Aloy is very upset that she does not have all this, everyone did not get to grow up with, like, sweet technology.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm mad too. Human culture. Mr. the oblivion of being forgot or whatever. Okay. What about fucking Mozart, dude? But hey, you know, they said in the beginning that those Far Zenith guys got a copy of the Apollo.
Well, again, like, once you get done with your first evidence, like you'll see where the chips lay. It's actually quite crazy.
Yeah. I also want to point out, you may have noticed we only talked about a limited number of subroutines. A couple of them, Gaia is just like, nah, dude, they're gone. They gone.
Metal in that wall
It
across
was
there. Might be able to pull
Apollo,
it.
obviously, and then it was
No good.
Euleithia, Artemis, and was it Apollo was the last one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because for reasons, it's 3 versus 3, and like I said, Hades is gone, and Hephaestus is the winning bid.
But I want to throw out there, I know we destroyed it. We destroyed a facility where it was stored for good reason. But there's supposed to be some extra Hades copies.
Somewhere, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they were supposed to be in that facility with the Gaia copies. So I'm just thinking. I love this conversation you have with Gaia though, when you're talking about like the need to defend the Earth's biosphere for reasons, and she's just like, yes, if necessary, I could create machines that would protect all of Earth. I don't want to do that, but I could. And Aloy's like, good on you, self-aware AI. That means you are coded correctly. You have a conscience. Cool. But also, I might need you to murder some guy. Just hypothetically, I might need you to kill some motherfuckers. Because Aloy has a conscience, but she also very much has... I think this is a trait she probably gets from Elizabeth. She has no suffering for fools, right? Like we said, the moment she thinks Silence is double-crossing her, she's like, you're dead. You're dead to me. I will literally never speak to you again. I will find you, and I will stab you. So there's a lot of things, yeah.
Oh, sweet.
But yes, I was assuming that for either for future game shit or for the other factional things,
Water's coming in from there. I can use the fire
there's a lot of
to
things.
break open that wall.
Which message, Jack? Oh, that is weird. Lucky or is the Lucky might have had the pop-out chat on top chat. Because I saw your your longer message about Ted Faro, but I don't see it in the display. That is unusual. Or is it there? No, I think it's sometimes the chat thing is weird. Very wet. A lot more water, obviously, with the new swimming system and stuff, and eventually the breath mask.
Almost there.
But yeah, so like the plot's very dense. There's a lot of interesting things going on.
Hey, stay with me.
Oh, I mean, yeah, no, I don't like Ted's
Said you're a
guts, but
stubborn fighter,
I mean,
so
I feel
keep
like
fighting.
there was some breakdown, and it's not like anybody really tried to like talk him through it, right? Like people are mostly just like, God damn it, Ted.
Well, yeah, and like, what did guys say? Egotistical, narcissist.
Yeah.
The thing, like, he didn't go into this. Like, his first mistake wasn't intentional, just not well thought out, and then he fucking panicked.
Yeah. And to be fair, he wanted to immediately undo it when there was an error, and then the guys were like, "No, boss, we followed your lines to the
It's a
letter.
Sometimes
There-
it's
we
a
can't-
result.
We can't unfuck it." It's
Other
just,
times as a compliment.
and even then, like we said this before, technically Ted went to those lengths because he was trying to secure a military contract, right? That's what the Pentagon told him they wanted. And he was like, okay, we can do that. Hey, engineers, build this. And they're like, are you sure we shouldn't? No, build it to spec. Hey, boss, we built it to spec. Oh, no, this was a terrible idea. And then he just kind of like... But he's still, like, rich enough and arguably smart enough that they keep him involved in the Zero Dawn project. And then at the end, he's just like... I mean, I feel kind of like there's something to be said for, like... Is he doing it just so he gets forgot? Or does he truly want to, like, give humanity a clean start without this bullshit?
Nah, I think not. I personally do think he just wants to fucking...
And it didn't even work.
But, no, Ted Farrow is a bad dude, but he's not an evil dude, I'll say.
No. And, I mean, once again, you meet a wide variety of characters who are straight up malicious.
Like,
in this.
Yeah, no, like, actually the evil corporation was actually Far Zenith the entire time. And it's just all like,
Yeah, no, I mean, they straight up tell you right in the front that they tried to steal Gaia, right? Like, they're set up to be shenanigansy.
Oh, yeah. By the way, if you can see, if you look at the screen, you can see what my current skill setup is. I immediately max out stealth because I'm all like, yes, I like stabbing people in the bushes.
Yeah, I'm a little farther up, as in like not as far down, I should say, Hunter as you are, and I'm further down the potion one, the endurance one. But yeah, no, that's where all my skill points are. Yeah, a little bit in melee because, like we said, sometimes they just are like, Aloy, defend this village. Waves of dudes are coming, and I'm just like, well, time to just hit people, I guess.
Give them the bonk.
And like I said, weapon skills are great. And honestly, most of the weapon variety is pretty good, right?
Well, the thing that bugs me about weapons is they have a lot of weapons now. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Like, we have hunter bows, warrior bows, sharp shot bows. We got blast slings, trip casters, rope casters, and they also have other ones I just don't have on here right now because I never fucking use them. But we also
Spike
have
thrower, shredder gauntlets.
bolt caster.
Yeah, bolt caster. I'm trying to think. There's a couple of different stuff I think it's harder to check once you actually get into the skill trees, but the skill trees will tell you like what weapons they support, right?
Oh yeah. Like if I go into like the warrior, they have melee combos and stuff, but they also have things for the warrior bow. And I love that they give you little.
A warrior bow is your short range, quick to draw bow, right?
And then over here they talk about the trip caster, and they got one for the rope caster.
Yeah.
I think this is one actually the smaller trees. I do think I'm gonna pick up the rope caster one at some point because one of the other things that they did to make things a lot more difficult is you can't just like with rope weapons, you can't just fire and forget. You actually have to usually draw it all the way down so it can puncture armor, or you have to aim for a weak spot. Yeah. So this one's just sort of like, oh no, you just use some weapon stamina and you can do anything. I'm like, oh, I need that in my life. Yeah. We go here. This is hunter bow and bolt blaster.
And again, those are pretty basic stuff. Your hunter bow you always have. I don't think I've seen a bolt blaster yet, but
you can buy one at the merchant right outside at the base on the up on the west side.
Okay. I haven't penetrated for like further west at all. Like I said, I'm trying to get my.
Oh no, I mean, but let's see here.
And
then bouncing bombs and the shredder gauntlet. The shredder gauntlet is neat. It has a really interesting mechanic in the fact that it will actually come back and you can catch it and release it again. I'm like
you can return it. They also can ricochet.
Mm-hmm.
Also, because I haven't found, at least by default anyway, a lot of the Tear Blast arrows. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that's like you can find that version of bows, but I haven't seen them around. Mm-hmm. I assume they're higher rarity. The Shredder Gauntlet is one of your easiest ways to actually get tear damage. Because they've got special ammo for that. So it's a good way if you want to just start slapping off components.
Yeah. And Infiltrator is all about it. Like, I use the focus shot and praise shot all the fucking time.
Yes. It is just the sharpshooter bows, and that is how you do murder. Like, the sharpshot bow is very slow, but it's powerful, it's long range, it has bigger zoom on concentrate. Very good. And like I said, the brace shot is just take an E, shoot big.
Yeah, and the machine one is all about the spike thrower.
Yes.
But
which Also, to be fair, I think the spike thrower is okay as like, so far anyway, as my big bungus weapon. But that's because I got the prototype one that explodes.
Oh yeah. Now the thing I have a problem with the weapon is there's way too fucking many. There's way too fucking many. Like,
yeah, as opposed to I think we talked about this. We complained about the last game where you have to like lock yourself into the different damage types to different bows for no reason. This also does that, but now also you can't get all the damage types in one bow.
No, and this is the fun thing. I do think this is all weapons have specific perks for things that let you do little extra things, and then so I have
same with outfits. Outfits have perks. Skill.
Like this one, the Slice and Bunterhoe. I find this really good for just ripping shit off. Like because it has normal arrows, advanced arrows, which are just better normal arrows, and then it does, overdrawn component tear damage. So it's very good for doing that. Over here, I have the Frost Bow, which also does overdrawn and swing, but it just does frost and acid damage, which are useful because I don't have a lot of things that have frost. But then I have the Suntorch Hunter Bow, which also has normal arrows and then fire arrows, and then it can unlock the advanced arrows and then does the crits. I'm like, these are three bows.
Eventually, that'll be your new best bow.
Yes,
it's got the most variety. But you gotta upgrade.
I gotta get to it first, and I'm just like, ugh. And then it's like same with warrior bows, archer shots. Like, I try to keep my like over here, I'm overlapped, and I hate it. Like, because I have adhesive, which I like to use. It slows down machines.
By the way, there also we talked about this. There's like 4 new damage types in this game.
Oh yeah.
If you thought the first game had too many damage types, this one's not for you.
It's like I have adhesive on this one, but this one has purge water and explosive. I'm like, can I just smash these two together and call it good? I think that's what
I feel like that's what the game I feel like it really needs is a more freeform crafting system.
Yeah, like let you craft your...
I would prefer these kinds of weapons. Like, I'm sure that there's so many permutations. The combo probably exists somewhere, but like that you can't track. You would have to just look up, hey, can I get purge water and explosive and adhesive on one?
Because like that's what I want. Because I would love just to make just bows and stuff that are tailored to my hand. Like here's a weird thing that like bugs me. So you probably if you haven't completed Poseidon, you probably haven't completed this. But there is a tripcaster that has a shield on it, where you basically put down 2 points and you get a shield that goes between them that can absorb damage.
Yeah, I have the quest for that, but no, I haven't done it yet.
Yeah,
they talk about the mobile cover.
Yeah, no, you basically get a tripcaster that lets you put up a shield. But it's a fucking, I think it's just a blue weapon that I think has like one other on that. It's like, is this a unique weapon or is this going to come up later? And how the fuck does that work? I'm like, guys, I would rather have this quest have basically unlocked me the ability to do the Guardian Wire instead of, I maybe have weapons on
and
here.
like I did another subquest for like an Utaru guy, and he's like, "Here, have my bow."
It's like it's a sharp shot.
Yeah, it's a sharp shot bow. It's cool, and I'm like, okay, it's cool, but
I think it would be better if you just got like some sick new like arrows out of it or something. Like instead of like getting these things, you just unlock new crafting abilities. I think that would have worked so much better because then you could
like I like they've done a lot of things here, like the way the upgrades work, and they're very strict. And you can only do them at workbenches. Like actually flows, right? Like you don't just upgrade everything all the time. It's you go to a workbench, you look, oh hey, I've got the parts for this. Oh, I really need this upgrade. I don't have the parts for that. Create job, set as active quest. Like there's a lot of good management for that, but for weapons especially, there's just way too much shit. It's not streamlined at all.
No, like
even though you have six slots, you will still be juggling weapons in your pause menu.
Like,
or you'll do what I'm doing for the most part right now, which is just I equip my best output of no elemental damage and a couple of other funky weapons, like my shredder gauntlets for tear, my spike thrower explosive for if a big boy enemy comes along, and I'm just like, all right, I'm fine. I'll just make do with vanilla damage and environmental effects.
What are you doing out here?
Oh, did I find the next salvage contractor? Oh, I did. Sick.
Nice.
Oh, they might have some stuff I need.
Salvage contract. Goo.
Genius is at work.
Like, I think you talked about this last time on stream. There's a shitload of extra activities and stuff, but like, none of it really feels tedious, right?
Yes.
Like, there's new collectibles like the signal towers, but they're only in certain areas.
Like honestly, that first area is just the second tutorial area.
Yeah.
Karif is expecting me to merely make the best armor in
Like
the
they introduce you to
Forbidden West,
new
but I,
ideas and
Honda,
stuff. You run into
will
new
give him a
merchants.
masterpiece.
Like I said, I like
And you
so
are
far
going
how
to help
outfits
me
are
make
kind of
it.
working.
Of course you'll be
Like obviously they have a
compensated.
similar
You'll
issue
see
to
me
weapons, but
at
they're not
work. Should be
quite as bad.
gratifying.
And every outfit is now categorized right by like what skill tree it reinforces, and as you upgrade it, you get access to extra skill levels and stuff and free perks.
They've got problems
I think
So,
one of the
like-
things I like about it though is
Besides,
in the outfits, they have weaves locked into it that usually increase skill levels, and once you get up a high level, you can take those weaves out and put them in other things.
Yes, and as your rarity level increases, the number of upgrades and thus usually the number of weave or coil slots you have goes up. I don't think I've found anything purple yet so far because I'm still in like the first couple zones of the game. But I've noticed that blues go up to 4 upgrades and usually have 2 slots when you max them out, right?
All right.
So I'm assuming that keeps climbing.
You talked
So you
about
can
using
like
ancient
you can
rules.
kind of like as you get into more and more advanced armors, you can kind of like dogpile into new
So you
stuff.
want your-
And obviously, as we've said
You
earlier, you have
want
access to
ancient-
dyes now. You can customize the look of everything.
Read up on the details.
You've got a couple of different dyes you can pick from, which give you a handful of options, you know.
Want me to take some off your
And like I said, since armors are now very clearly tied to different trees, it's very easy to go, this Utaru armor says Infiltrator. It gives me bonuses to my stealth perks. I will wear this.
Oh,
Duh.
sick! They have Shell Walker and fucking rollbacks. Fuck yeah! I need it all.
That's sick. I need some shell stuff. These guys are hard to find. Like,
Yeah.
again, I love the increased variety of machines and stuff, but now sometimes it's hard to find specific machines.
Well, again, this is why I like the salvagers, because this is why you got to keep your processed metal blocks.
Yeah, thanks for giving me that tip. I think I was not keeping an extra inventory.
Mhm.
Not that it super mattered, because I wasn't getting very cock-blocked by some stuff, but...
Oh shit! Purple is nuts. I talking about just randomly getting. Oh, it's mixed gear. Wild.
Ooh! Wow, so that... I didn't even realize that was a category. You can have Jack of all trades. Oh, damn.
Oh, and it has
Upgrades,
stealth tear
all this
plus
extra
2.
shit.
Are you terrified? You guys.
That's great. No, this is... So, like we said, once you get up there, you get some real advanced shit. I like it. But... God, when you're in the lower levels, it's just confusing sometimes. There's so much stuff.
Let's see. That was.
But
the
yeah, that's
Norwich.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I'll have to hold on to that one.
And once again, because of the upgrading, right, it incentivizes you to actually hold on to the stuff so you can be like, okay, maybe this isn't as good as the thing I've already put all these points into now, but
Ooh, I have stealth damage
I
plus
pick
15. Ooh, shit, I gotta
upgrades-
use that. Reload speed.
I don't even know. Do we... Have you seen anything that we do that does plasma damage, Lucky?
No, I have not seen any plasma
Okay.
weapon. Yeah,
So
it's been-
plasma might just be an enemy-only damage type.
I doubt it. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be something that gives you plasma. We just gotta.
Maybe we
find
get a
it.
space gun later.
Maybe.
The guy's like, Aloy, I present you a gun! And Aloy's like, sick.
You're welcome.
All right, so I gotta.
It's a plasma rifle in the 2,000 watt range.
All right.
Here, I've given you some aviator sunglasses to go with it. Aloy just becomes the Terminator. Dun dun
Ah,
dun.
there it is. Wait, no, that isn't it. God damn it.
But yeah, there's a lot of fun extra stuff you can do. Some of the stuff I haven't even poked at all. Like I haven't gone to any hunting grounds for stuff yet,
Oh, I have. They're
I'll
not
put a
hard,
picture.
but
guys.
like I said, because they have merchants there that also sell weapons too. So I'm all like, oh, that's useful.
Yeah. I do also talking about like fast travel, so I haven't seen the golden fast travel pack yet. I don't know if that'll be like a thing you unlock later, maybe as like a key item or something. But I do appreciate that you can now freely fucking, getting our jokes about Elden Ring out. Soul style, you can teleport between bonfires.
Yep.
Free.
Oh, maybe they don't have a
So,
work
and then
picture.
if you can buy fast travel packs, which let you then fast travel to an appropriate point
That's
anytime, anywhere.
it's easier to craft them.
Yeah. And also, they're plenty easy to buy. I think any merchant will have them, and they're cheap. Along with merchants selling you extra smoke bombs. I appreciate.
Yeah, because let's see.
Also, once I have unlocked smoke bombs, and I have gone deep in my infiltrator tree to carry more smoke bombs, I love smoke bombs. Oh no, there's like 5 dudes which have found me. Whatever will I? Smoke bomb! I'm gone. I'm not here.
Do you not have a workbench? Your friend had a workbench. God damn it.
Poor service.
I guess I'll just look at my jobs here.
But yeah, there's a lot of activities. The map is really diverse. They've done a lot to like break up the areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so the Daunt where you first get in is like, you know, high and mountainous. Then you get into the, you go past Broken Light into the like Utaru area, and there are, well, first of all, there's this really big like lake or swamp that there's just a fucking dead Horus in, where you get some plot stuff. But then there's Plainsong itself, so there's a lot of like growing fields and dense woods. There is a coast, so I know that the ocean is out there somewhere, and they explicitly call it the desert. You know, the Las Vegas ruins and stuff.
Oh,
So, like, yeah, the game is good. Very pretty, very high detail. There's still some niggling bits, like I said. You know, sometimes fighting does get a little hectic. But they at least give you a lot of... You're never out of options, really, when it comes to Horizon, right?
Unless you're in the
Sometimes
middle
you
of a quest, running away is still pretty viable.
Yeah, no. I mean, enemies will sometimes stay in their alert phase for a while after you haul ass, but, like, even on foot, Aloy's pretty good. Unless you're fighting, like, aerial enemies, if you can just find a cliff to dive off of and glide away, it's really easy to get distance. And once you break into, like, the searching pattern, right, like, enemies don't just, like, actively ping-pong you with ranged attacks. I do kind of wish Aloy hadn't lost her earplugs. I hope we get them back sometime. Because there are still some enemies do sonic attacks, which are just kind of like, I can't do anything.
Yeah, like, I think my biggest problems with combat usually is when I do end up fighting multiple opponents, especially machines. Because while if you fight one-on-one machines are usually pretty easy. They're easy to watch. They're better with giving you time to recover from their attacks.
Yeah, their attack patterns are a little more steady. Like, they have determined cycles, which makes bosses, you know, usually pretty reliable. But like you said, if you get a couple of like medium-sized robots on you, it can be a lot harder to deal with what they got going on. Also, to that end, when you get to, like I said, mixing humans and machines, when you fight machine riders, that can get, like, very chaotic very rapidly, right?
Right.
Because you have robots doing their attacks, and it's not just like you. I hope to God I can get this with the upgrades, but like some guys are like riding shit like claw striders and bristlebacks, right?
Oh no, you can ride bristlebacks as soon as you unlock their override. Yeah, no, I've ridden a bristleback.
That's another thing I've really hoped for, is that they will increase the variety of things you can mount. So that's good. But yeah, that means enemies can be riding robots that have a variety of attacks and stuff, right?
Right.
In addition to the fact that, yeah, there's still humans on those robots who are going to, like, shoot arrows or chuck firebombs at you. And if you knock them off, they might get up and try and punch your face in.
My preferred end is just to hit their elemental weakness. Like, on bristlebacks, shooting that flame or acid thing on back of bristleback will usually put it, like, 9/10 dead and just explode everything. So I'm just like...
Yeah. It just deletes the rider. Another easy thing is when you're doing rebel camps from stealth. I've noticed machine riders don't usually wear hats. This is their downfall.
Yes.
It's like we're playing Plague Tale again, Lucky. Oh, what's that? You don't have a hat? Dead.
And what's the most hilarious thing is if you kill the rider, the machine don't notice shit.
The machine doesn't go on alert at all. That's probably because they're two enemies in one, that is probably like a quality of life feature, and I'm glad for it. But it's very funny. It shows you how much these machines give a fuck, right?
Let's see here. Alrighty, so now I can upgrade this bitch to 4. Yes. Let's see here. Upgrade the sun-touched one.
Yeah, so there's a lot of fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good game. Highly recommend.
That's expensive. Create job. But I'm almost there. And now I need more machine cores.
Yeah. Though, once again, I do feel like, luckily, for things that are just dropped, right? Drop rates are better. I think they realized that because they put all these extra weapons and upgrades and everything in, that they needed to, like, futz with the economy a little. So it does feel like stuff is more plentiful. And like we said, for specific machine parts you have to shoot off, right, that are destroyed when they're killed, that's just that's basically guaranteed, right? Like,
Right.
if you can knock it off, that's the drop. It can be hard. I don't know if you guys if the people in the audience have met, what are robot kangaroos called? Leap smashers?
Leap slashers.
Leap slashers. Yeah, I don't know if you've met a claw strider or a leap slasher, but they're feisty.
Yeah, that's about what I was about to say.
They're you might think to yourself that a robot kangaroo is not a problem, but no, it is.
I mean, it has a fucking grab tail.
Yeah, it's got a, what did somebody say? It's got a command grab. Yeah. I think somebody said that last night. Yeah, no, they're spiced. They'll get you. But also they have a lot of cargo pods you can shoot off for stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they've I think they've really stretched their muscles in designing enemies, right? Like, bristlebacks are clearly like giant robot boars. You know, you've got kangaroos. Burrowers are like moles.
Well, this is something I do want to find interesting, is that they've actually retired some of the first ones. Like, you don't see Watchers anymore. All Watchers have been replaced by Burrowers or Trackers.
Yeah, I did find a Red Eye Watcher corpse somewhere as like one of the classic drops where they give you just a couple of shards, right, for free.
Mm-hmm. And like,
but no, yeah,
and Striders are gone too. They're all Chargers now.
yes,
So,
or Lance one.
actually, you know what? Now I have it. I probably can retire.
But Snap Mauls are still in. You know, Ravagers still exist. But you know they've increased as well. There's what is it? Is it Snap? No, the Snap Maul is the Gator. What are the turtles called?
Actually, hang on.
Tear Jaws?
No, I know there's a fucking.
Well, you got a notebook for it.
Yeah, actually, let me just pull up the notebook. Machine catalog. Here they are. Oh, Shell Snapper.
Shell Snapper. Okay, yeah. So we have like snapping turtles, right?
Check out this armadillo motherfucker, though. This is a rollerback.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, that's an armadillo fucker.
Let's see here. Sunwing. They're pterodactyls.
We've already talked about the Plowhorn and their combat variant, the Grimhorn, are just Triceratopses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the Grimhorn.
They do keep some. They do keep some of the shittiest guys. I saw that long leg. Fuck you, long leg.
And let's see here. Yeah, we got the Leap Lasher here.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Scrappers, which are hyenas.
Yeah.
If Scrounger, yeah, fucking no, Scrounger are hyenas. Scrappers are like dogs. That's what it is.
Yeah. I think Scrappers are supposed to be more jackal-like.
Yeah. Let's see here. Lance horns, long legs, bristlebacks, fang horns, which are just like grazers, except, you know, big horn. Why, Moz? Do you ever want to be attacked by a robotic hippopotamus? The answer is no.
Yeah, no, there's a side quest where I had to follow one of those guys around and just steal the cargo pods, and I was just like, stealth, do not fight. Hippos, sir. Bad news bears.
Mm-hmm.
I see Thunderjaws are still in.
Yep, Thunderjaws are still in. I haven't actually seen one, but there was the wreckage of a Storm Eagle, so those guys might still be in.
Okay. And obviously, that's the first boss fight, is the Slitherfang.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta fight a giant robot snick.
But yeah, no, we also got, you know, the Claw Strider. This guy was terrifying. Honestly, I've gotten, like, again, this is why I like keeping adhesive and my fucking rope caster on hand, because denying the enemy the ability to move is very, very good.
Yeah, some enemies, they've really made it so light robots are, I mean, all robots were mobile before, but light robots are, like, really mobile. Like, Claw Striders and Burrowers, and even Leap Slashers, like we said, they will get big air, and they will really come at you.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta watch out for it. Because you'll think to yourself, oh, that guy can't hit me. And then he's gonna be like, no, he's gonna jump 10 feet in the air, do a double front flip, and he's gonna slap your face.
Alright. So I'm unlocked.
Luckily, I think healing is easier. It's just you tap up anytime and you start healing, and you can use multiple. It will chew through your backlog of heals to give you full health.
Yep. So I will unequip this weapon.
Like, all in all, it's a very solid game so far. They've done a lot. You know, like we said, to improve things. There's a couple of areas which are still a little clunky. But for the most part, there's plenty of fun to be had.
Oh, fun. Wait, did I do that right?
And if you're wondering, this is one of the reasons why we're not playing Elden Ring. 1. Also, I mean, I still don't know if I want to play Elden Ring. The general, like a lot of reviewers like it. Most responses are generally positive. The general impression, though, I've seen so far seems to be, hey, what if Dark Souls was really open world? That's the primary thing. I have occasionally heard it phrased as quote unquote less difficult in the sense that there's less bullshit. Like there's still poison swamps, obviously, but
I heard
like
there's multiple
apparently
poison swaps.
yes. But apparently like enemies and like booby traps and other shit that's just like haha fuck you, you couldn't have expected this. There's less of that. Bosses are not necessarily any easier or anything like that. There's still, I talked about this I think off mic as well. Or possibly on mic in Let's Talk. I don't know. We faffed a little bit as we do in Let's Talk these days.
Oh, that must be that fucking sun place.
Yeah, you go in the desert, you see a big thing in there?
Well, no, like, I see this design right here, I'm like, that's a solar farm.
Yeah, I believe it was called Sunspear. So yeah, there's probably a place in the middle of there. Hey, you can get face paint.
Sick.
But yeah, so, I talked about this where, like, there's still no in-game journal to keep track of, like, if you talk to an NPC and he asks you to do him a favor or whatever, you gotta, like, kind of figure that all out and keep track of it on your own. It's just a lot of, like, big boy immersive world building and really big and huge, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. I don't have time for that. I'm already playing a crazy big open world game, and somebody's probably gonna be like, "Me, but you go to, like, 5 billion icons." I'm like, yeah. Yes, I can process information. Yeah, I can accomplish my goals in a timely manner. I'm a busy adult with many important things to do, to quote Cards Against Humanity.
I appreciate that I can shoot this guy a couple times and he doesn't know where the fuck I am.
Yeah, that's another thing, is enemies are no longer, like, laser guided to your location. You can blow off a piece of a machine, and if you aren't obvious about it, they don't spot you right away. Very nice.
Yeah, and he has a timer. He's actually looking, and then I'm gonna shoot off his other fucking tusk. He's gonna be like, how fucking dare?
Rip him.
Oh, can I hit? Oh shit!
But yeah, so don't expect Elden Ring content from us anytime soon.
Oh shit! Was that 2-hit kill? Sick. Hitting components off usually hitting component off actually also does big damage. So
yeah, I think part of that is to make it so you can't necessarily farm like every little component all the time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But also, it makes your life easier because you kill things and you also break them apart.
Also, something else I appreciate when even if they're one aggro, unless they do their "Hey, I'm in trouble" cry, you won't aggro everything else. Like I said, this guy was alerted to me, but this guy's just like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I think that was in one of the tutorials they mentioned. Only some machines can call it to others.
Yeah.
Burrowers are an example. They are, because they're replacing Watchers, right? They have an alert phase, but like if you run across a lot of the herbivore-type machines, they don't necessarily all alert each other.
Yep. All right, cool. Like, okay, sick. All right. But no, like, once you've actually developed like, this is one of those things, when you first run into an enemy, it might seem very daunting, but once you fight it a few times and you start figuring out what to hit, where to hit, and what order to hit them,
yeah,
you can actually
and
start...
God bless them for tag component, right?
Right. You can actually, like, find a way to methodically and almost mindlessly take down machines. And, like, again, like, that's why, again, I appreciate, like, stealth is very good, because, again, like, you can take them out one at a time, and the other ones don't know what the fuck's happening, and they're just all like, meh. So
yeah, like, in a straight-up fight, machines, especially the big ones, are still daunting, but I feel like they've given you a lot more leeway and a lot more granularity to actually, like, deal with some of these problems.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And, like, and it lets you, do better. And I'm sure if you went all down the Machine Tamer Warrior strat, right? And you were just, like, Unga Bunga Aloy, you could probably actually play the game and just, slap machines around for everything, right?
Right.
For instance, I know that the Machine Tamer one, that gives you boosts to heavy weapons, but also to your mount. So, like, you can use your mount in combat more. I do feel like having a mount is a little less essential now, like the way the map is laid out. Your distance between quests is often smaller, especially because you can fast travel for free between campfires.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, I find myself on a long stretch with, like, no markers, and I'm just like, okay, I'll whistle up a guy and power through. Weather effects are amazing. The lighting is great. Just every time the fucking sun comes up and it's just like everything is bathed in crimson is just so cool.
Oh yeah, like literally right now. The sun's like coming over this mountain.
Cannot catch a break from this heat.
And there's that intense reddish light. This is a little more gold because I think it's a little later in the day, but it's coming up over the mountains in the desert. The fact that it'll just start raining and there's so much rain detail, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, these nerds. Okay.
I have seen some very interesting transitions, like, you know, when nightfall hits and suddenly you're like, oh shit, it's night, it's dark. Kind of rolls in.
Yeah, these are the sun wings, by the way. Big pterodactyls. They do plasma damage, but if you shoot off their fucking crest, they can't do it.
Yep, fuck you.
Oh, that was your face, I'm sorry. Give me your crest! Oh. Yeah, plasma's a weird one. Plasma... Ow.
So plasma seems to primarily be, like we said, enemy ranged attacks. Like, one of the variants of Scrappers can do it. I assume that's what a Stalker shoots.
Yeah, if it's a purple energy, it's plasma. God damn it.
These guys are feisty.
Yeah, they are.
Enemies still move around a lot. I know they've done a lot to improve concentration, but
shit.
sometimes it's still very hard to get your shots on target.
Yeah, plasma energy, though, doesn't actually do anything directly. If it fills up, though, it'll do a delayed explosion on you. And if you take more damage during it... Ah, yeah, here it comes. It'll actually do more damage, yeah. So now I've aggroed everything. I'm like, nope, this is bad. I gotta run. Yeah. Goodbye! And...
Aloy, away!
Oh, the explosion got me. I blew myself out of the air. Oh, that sucked. Alright. Ah, shit, they saw me. Actually, what's that? Well, if you're gonna just stand still... Oh, I can't aim any higher than that? Okay, interesting.
Yes, that is one disadvantage of brace shot. You have to do a low angle shot.
I did not know that. Today I learned.
Yeah, they've done some decent stuff to balance out some of the things. Sometimes I feel like they're a little too balanced, like the overhead arcing fire, the volley fire you can do with the hunter bow. It's neat. It really only works on like big slow machines. Like so many times I've lobbed that at like a guy who was literally not moving, but the moment I put the reticle on him, he's just like, let me step 5 feet to the left. All right, buddy. Fuck you. I know you can see me shooting arrows over here, but like there's like 5 more of you. There's 5 NPCs with me. There's a fucking claw strider running around in that corner, rolling around on the ground. Like, what are you doing, bro? Oh. Had a little bit of a gut check there. You almost went slid off the cliff. Shit. And this, by the way, is why sometimes we go to salvagers and we buy parts. Because shooting specific parts off some enemies is tough.
Yeah, once you break line of sight, they will, start a search pattern for you.
Yeah. They go orange or yellow, and then if you can actually get under cover, most enemies find you. You can also smoke bomb near them to confuse them. So they gain a little status effect where they lose sight of you and don't try to attack you. You don't get free stealth kills for that. which is, I think, down. But still notable. And we talked about this last time as well. You get several like old things that used to be skills. You get several of them free. Like you start with concentration. You start with critical strike on downed enemies. And more what you get out of like your perk trees is enhancements. Like for instance, for Silent Strike, you can do more Silent Strike damage. You can heal HP with Silent Strikes.
Oh yeah, you can actually get overhealed with a Silent Strike.
Yeah. You increase critical strike stuff. You can increase a lot of your damages from stealth. And concentration time and concentration regen is another one. There's also the new systems, Valor Surge bars, weapon stamina.
Gotcha, bitch. Oh, it was a kill. Perfect. Again, there are like this is the thing I love about some mods. Like for all the perks, there's just a wide variety. Like so, there are some it's just like stealth damage plus. You just do more damage from stealth. So I'm like, perfect.
I think there's two of those. There's one that is impact damage, and then one is tear damage too.
Yeah.
Which again, talking about like the sneakily knocking parts off, like really helps out with that. If you get those amps, and as you get new weapons and outfits, you can amp that further. I assume since they are like a special merchant that face paints probably do also do something. Like maybe they give you like a skill level or something.
That'd be nice.
You can probably go find out soon.
The what?
I said you can probably go find out soon because you're near Sunspear.
Oh, the fight's over. It has landed next to me. This will be its last thing it ever does. Oh, it wasn't enough.
I've lost track. If you highlight them for a little bit, you can see all their points. So
there we go. Oh, sweet! I got the Sunwing circulator. I need one of those.
Better loot all the machine carcasses here. I might find the parts I need.
Shout out to Aloy talking to herself. She usually does say something relevant to help you along the way.
Yeah.
All right. Did I loot everyone? I think I did.
Again, it's one of those things we talked about with the first game since we both played it recently. It's like it's kind of essential for these games where you're just kind of on your own to have somebody, some kind of guidance for if players don't get it, because like there's a lot of field of view, Like the odds that you're looking right at the problem is not always great. So you can Aloy will usually be like, I think this, that, or at the very least she can be like, nah, that's not working. I got to try something else. And then that lets you, the player, know, okay, we got to try something else. Gotta love the stash, though. Just pick up everything.
Again, I think that's the thing I like about it. Like, I don't necessarily mind the limited resources I can carry on my person, but I think it would, like, drive me insane if I just literally could not pick things up.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a, like, it didn't consciously register to me as a problem with the first game, but now that I think about it, like, yeah, no, that kind of sucks. You did have limited inventory space for stuff. You had to, buy bigger pouches to carry more shit, and it was everything, right?
Right.
But this is just like I remember for like constructibles for like ammo types and stuff, I would just be like, I have 4 stacks of blaze. Well, let me sell 2 stacks of it.
Angle doesn't look right.
Holding spear.
Maybe I'm too high up.
Oh yeah, well this is easy to figure out. I will say, these seemed like a cool idea, but they're slightly annoying. Because you have to like.
No, I have problems with these too. Like it's, you think to yourself, I've got it, but then you don't got it. Ayla's probably gonna say in a second you need to be lower.
No, she did. Yeah.
I recently did one where like Aloy was like, I bet from that ancient lookout tower, and I'm like, which ancient lookout tower, Aloy? There's like a bunch of other random bits of old ones ruins here, and the game just won't specify to you where it wants you to stand. It's just like, no, you must be in the area.
Like you can't tell me I'm not fucking close here, guys.
No, you are.
I'm almost there.
Aloy does talk,
Yeah, she talks you through it. Like, if you're too high, she's usually like, no, this angle isn't right. I think I'm too high.
I think I gotta line up
Low.
these fucking peaks here. Ah!
Yeah, lining up the peaks, but also the seems at a different angle. I mean, he's trying to line up the mountain's axe, but also if he lines up the mountains, then he's not lined up on the spear. Both. You got to get both synced up.
Must be this lookout tower then.
Yeah, probably. It's just a slightly off spot. Yeah, there's a tree you can climb up here. Gee, I wonder if this is a...
Yep, there it is. Sick.
And you get a cool view.
Yay!
It is a solar tower.
XP!
That is another thing I want to say. You get lots of EXP for things, and you also get lots of free skill points for just, like, doing quests and stuff.
Super useful, yes.
I think they did that because, the way they expanded the skill trees, so it's not so daunting.
Especially
I don't know if you can 100% skill trees, but, like, I feel like I'm going to have leftover skill points I can just put into other stuff eventually.
Well, yeah, no, like, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get through all of the Hunter here, and then I could probably get the first triangle then of Trapper and Machine Master, so I can be a little bit of everything. And then I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but...
Yeah, and I like how we talk about this, weapon skills are all the time. Once you unlock it, you've got it forever. You can switch which one you've got equipped, right?
Yeah.
And then Valor Surges, you have to pause the game, but you can just freely switch whichever one you have equipped appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
You can also upgrade them, so you can get more bar, more stuff, do more thing.
Mm-hmm. Only one I've really used is the stealth one, which isn't the bestest. Like I said, it doesn't make you invisible. It just makes you very, very hard to see.
Yeah.
And once you attack, you temporarily become uninvisible. So I'm just like, That
But
bugged.
it does give you at level 1, it's like, or maybe it is level 2. I have to double check if it says where. But you get extra damage on unaware targets when you do it as well.
Oh yes. So you can give people the big stabbing. You add that with some silent strike up, and you doing the, as we say, the big damage.
Yeah. I have also experimented with the ranged one a little. I didn't like that one so much, but I think it's later in Infiltrator. The one where, like, you just do the big shockwave, right, is pretty effective. It's just like, oh shit, there's a lot of dudes on me. Fuck off.
Where's that resource container? I need to hit that. I think that's what's gonna have the fucking thing in it. Who's down there?
Whomst.
Oh, it's a burrower, I think. It's the lone burrower on by the lonesome. I see. Man, I wonder. I'm hoping that once you actually do get Aether, like some of these weird weather effects do go away. Because man, it is really red right now. Visibility is shot. Oh, another gauntlet runs. Gotta have races.
I do appreciate that the Focus has a built-in flashlight that Aloy will use like in confined spaces. I kind of wish I could just turn that on whenever though, because at night it is dark. Very realistic lighting levels, like when there's no ambient light, it's just starlight and moonlight. It's fucking dark, bro. And obviously, like right now, you have a visibility issue with this big thundery red sandstorm.
Come at me, bro. Give me your resources.
Come at me, bro.
Aerial enemies, I do think are the worst because once you involve height in this shit.
Yeah. Like what? We've talked about this before. There's no way to hit them with your stick, right?
Right.
So you're reliant on ammo, and also they tend to jerk around a lot when they're flying, so it's harder.
God damn it. And like they say, they can literally just break the fucking rope caster lines and just fly back. So I'm just like, God damn it. Hey, look, I did not want to climb.
Well, too bad. That wall was yellow. You didn't know it, but it was yellow. And we talked about it. Aloy sometimes has her own mind when it comes to climbing. Usually it's pretty smart, but sometimes not.
I would like... Sometimes I feel like I'm getting stun locked and I don't like it.
Yeah, well, that is the thing. If you take a knockdown attack, like, you you are not given any protection when you do it, so you will still get slapped around, and you can't. There's no quick recover. Considering it is pretty easy for a big, heavy machine to make you eat shit, it's a little frustrating.
Oh, you got rock! Like I said, like, I'm having some weird, very bad camera angles as I'm trying to get close enough to fucking, you know, actually hit this thing with a fucking...
Yeah, aerial enemies.
I'll get it off my back for a second.
There. I'm hoping that gumming it up will fucking keep it from, flying around. Oh, nope, I died.
Bonk. Slapped you.
No, like I said, I haven't figured out my perfect way to fight Sunwings yet, but it's one of those things that I have to, you know, keep slapping them until I figure it out. Let's see here. Well, actually, I should probably work on these salvage things. That's what I think I'll do. Oh, salvage. Where am I?
Well, since we've talked about Horizon for an hour and a half, I'm going to scratch it off our list.
Sounds good to me.
We'll probably talk about it off and on, obviously, as you're still going to be playing, but, you know. Got some interesting, Swarm. There's no Swarm stuff directly yet. I think they want to avoid that because of the Pharaoh Robotics plague. I'm actually kind of surprised they went with robot dinosaurs or they went with robot bugs. But you never know. There's a lot of machines in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they didn't announce all of them. Okay. But there's a couple of other bits and bobs of stuff that have happened. A lot of anime news is rolling out right around now, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Some very interesting, like... For some reason, several series or studios have taken, whatchamacallit, like, taken this opportunity in 2022 to announce a lot of comebacks.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of interestingly timed. So we finally got an announcement about the second half of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045. It is not going to be 2045 before it comes out, as we've been joking for a little bit. So that's nice. I don't think we had. Did that include a full date, or is it just it's happening? Let me see.
It's this spring. It was either March. It was March, April, or May. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, though.
Debuts worldwide on Netflix May 20.
May.
Yeah. So a few months away, but obviously they've been ticking. A big one that has been agitating people today is apparently there's going to be a follow-up manga series to
Zatch Bell.
Zatch Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of interesting. I watched a little bit of that on Toonami, I believe. And also, what is it? What was the... okay. The anime trends is very minimal. It just says Spice and Wolf new anime adaptation. No details or context yet. Just, it exists.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, lots of little things. I'm sure more stuff will keep coming, keep hitting.
Line's taking over, spreading its sickness.
Alright, it's time to fight. Alright, what is this, actually? Oh, it's a tail clamp! I was wondering what that was. Gimme.
Yeah, the guy in the wild. That's pretty important. Give me your bits.
Whoa, okay. Oh, okay. You said fuck rocks.
Yeah, some big enemies definitely can do a lot of, again, I think engine upgrades. They can do a lot more environmental shit. Like, when you meet Talana, right, you fight the shell snapper, and it's just a big turtly boy, and sometimes he goes underground. And he fucks up your rocks when he jumps out at you.
Alright, where's the other one? Ah, there you are. Hello.
Hi. Another interesting early level announcement that I've also heard looking that is curious is that
you also be careful about some melee attacks. They will just fucking kill you.
yeah, some of them are. I assume again there are probably like options to get in there, but right now you're standing in blades. Probably. I noticed that guy shot at his horns. That's something new.
I missed.
Missed. But yeah, so a news item I saw the other day, Lucky, was that apparently because both studios are now owned by Microsoft, there are early talks of Fallout New Vegas 2.
Yeah, I have heard of that.
Shit. Now, obviously, that's like pre-talk.
Job's done.
You know, this is pre-pro. This is like not even pre-pro. This is. Oh, gee, we realized that now that we Microsoft own both of these companies, we can make them work together through the power of corporate overlordship.
Bethesda, get the stick out of your ass and do it. Make it. Because again,
we're
like
here to make money. We don't care that you seem upset that some people seem to like New Vegas better than Fallout 4.
I should check out another site.
So yeah, that's interesting to me. That's probably the closest Microsoft could get to a killer app for me, right? Is New Vegas 2. But also knowing a...
Would they actually call it New Vegas 2, though?
I mean, they might change the name. I assume the project would be announced and would be produced as New Vegas 2, as a New Vegas sequel, right?
Oh,
I don't know if they'd call it New Vegas 2. It probably depends on where they set it. I know that the Obsidian guys had some ideas for future games, so...
I mean, I'm ready for Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, God, that would be interesting. Knowing Fallout, there would be literal fucking Bigfoots. Actual Sasquatch. Actual Shia LaBeouf.
Like, I think I mentioned about this. Like, as just a regular old Fallout game, Fallout 4 was okay. Like, the crafting was fun. I enjoyed the power armor mechanics, especially once I had to buy some of the DLC to make things better, which I still think is, guys, if you have to buy DLC to make a game just barely playable, you've done something wrong.
Bethesda has I think a real problem with that. Like some of the Skyrim expansions were good, but others were just like, hey, I guess we didn't give you houses in these areas. You can build houses now. Bye.
Bye. Even though we've had the assets for these all along, we're not going to give you to them in the base game. We're just going to make you spend $10.
Yeah, we're going to make you spend $15 or $10 to let you build a house, even though none of the assets are new. It's just, and you could already do all this shit. It's just literally we're going to do it for the 3 places where we didn't pre-build you a house for some reason. Anyway, listen, I love that expansion. I love that content, but it's still dumb.
No, but like Fallout 4, like, again, it was literally the settlement building that caused me to be like, okay, I'm fucking done. So I wouldn't mind if they brought that back, just better.
I mean, if it was actually worked on by like some of the same team members or the same styling guidance that made Vegas, I would not be surprised if they took that and were like, okay, how can we make this better, right? Like, because there was, weapon maintenance, there were weapon mods, there was even crafting unique weapons in Fallout 3, and then New Vegas took that to like the next level of like, okay, here we go. Hand-loading ammunition, heavily emphasized gun attachments, and like going all that next level, which arguably the like weapon attachments and upgrades and customization bled back into Fallout 4, right?
Oh yeah, no, like just with the full it wasn't like full on attachments because you can only at best do your scope and muzzle, but being able to like to swap out the receiver, the stock, the thing, just make it all like you can just basically take any gun. You can take a pistol and turn it into like a short rifle or an automatic. And I was like, no, that was fun. Like I enjoyed that.
I expected then that the Obsidian guys would probably take that level of fiddliness and not only make that even more fiddly, but probably do the same on like settlements, if possible. Assuming they even use the same base engine, God knows, right?
I don't know. Like Fallout graphically wasn't bad. Like
no,
it was alright.
But also Fallout 4 is like, what was it, like 8 years old?
Yeah, it came out 2015, I believe.
Fallout 4. Yes, 2015. So yeah, it's gonna be 7 years old at the end of this year because it was November. So it was.
Yeah, I could definitely use a graphical bump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the graphics package on Fallout 76 is like. I know that has its own problems because Bethesda didn't know shit about live service games. Again, we mentioned this before with like the Bungie acquisition by PlayStation, but that is why Sony did that, was they want to actually like get bigger into live service games, and they would like to learn from studios who have failed to do that.
I might.
So yeah, there was some growing pains there,
Put up a fight here.
but definitely I feel like RPG wise and stuff, like storyline wise, a lot of people were kind of like, Fallout 4 was kind of basic.
Yeah, middle of the road, didn't do anything. So no, like I'd be excited to see another, even not necessarily New Vegas, but
definitely another West Coast game, because like we talked about, right? Like you complained at length about how Bethesda will not get away from the shitty and rundown and brown look.
yes.
Even though one, that was no longer in vogue by the year 2015, and also
Like this.
B, it's been like 250 years. Whereas, like, while yes, certain areas of New Vegas were very grungy and grimy, especially because that was still on the Fallout 3 engine, which looks like dog shit. Like, there were still efforts made, right? Like, some of the casino lights were up and running. Some of them had, cleaner interiors. And a lot of the gear actually looked less salvaged and more homegrown and produced, NCR had their own armor, weapons, and stuff that looked like legitimately milled. Various components and stuff. So that's the kind of like vibe I would like to see, is the like actually working with the greater Fallout continuity, and not just like, well, we at Bethesda invented the East Coast and we're gonna do East Coast things. The Enclave's back, the Brotherhood of Steel are here, but they're not assholes.
Going down.
Well, you're wrong, Axe. There's all kinds of new shit being made in the West Coast. You ever looked at a service rifle? In the year 2077, there weren't AR-15s with wooden furnishings lying around. Those are all handmade in the... Well, yeah, Axe. It's because Bethesda is bad at this, actually. I'll say it. Despite the fact that Fallout 3 is set even further in the future than Fallout 1 and 2, when they pivoted to the East Coast, they went out of their way to make everything look more scrappier and retro. They did have a couple of designs, like obviously the 10mm pistol design is just a Fallout original. It's just boxes and cubes, right?
It's a classic, though.
I mean, it's got its own charm, right?
No, I like it.
Yeah, it's very, very much Fallout's aesthetic. You compare it to New Vegas, where they also had the 9mm pistol, which is a literal Browning high power. And similarly, I believe, it wasn't until Honest Hearts. I don't know why they waited till Honest Hearts to make 45 ACP a thing, but it worked. But then they had the 1911, which I do believe 1911 and 1911 clones would survive into the post-apocalypse.
As long as it wasn't exposed to the weather, those things will fire forever.
I mean, it's literally a 100-year-old design, and people are still buying them. It's It's not mil-spec anymore because it's a single-stack magazine that only holds 6 rounds, 7 with 1 in the chamber. But, like, it works because John Moses Browning was, good. The U.S. Army still uses M2 Browning 50 cal machine guns, Modus, because it works. Throwing 50 BMG named after Browning just works. Yes, use it 11. 50 cal covereth a multitude of sins. But yeah, so like Fallout 3 deliberately went for like making everything seem even more. They leaned heavily on the ruined aesthetic and the scavenger aesthetic, and arguably, from what I saw of Lucky playing Fallout 4 and what I've seen of Fallout 4, it's the same way, right? Like they really went into the okay, you can eventually get some shiny stuff, but like some of these guns are still held together with duct tape and rubber bands, which was Fallout. And I mean, that kind of makes sense. Fallout 3's hunting rifle model, for instance, the stock was like held together with duct tape, but I don't. A lot of places in the Capital Wasteland wouldn't have had machine shops for or lathing new stocks. But like we said, New Vegas wasn't afraid to include stuff that looked nicer. Like for instance, compare the varmint rifle, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. That's a good effect. I do, by the way, want to point this out. We didn't talk about it yet, but coils and weaves have even more effects now.
Oh yeah, no, like stealth damage here. Like I'm gonna probably put this on my sharp shot just so I can pull it back faster and just get it in there. But
also like compare the varmint rifle, which looks pretty rundown, run of the mill, very basic, to the unique variant, the Rat Slayer, right? Which is, that's all matte black composite. It's got a thumbhole stock. It's got the huge fucking night vision scope on the top. The suppressor bolted on, right? Like New Vegas allowed high tech shit that wasn't just energy weapons to exist, and it made sense because the NCR is out there doing stuff. They exist. They're recapturing technology. They have the cap economy. They're out there. There's a lot of interesting stuff they could do. Much like Zero Dawn or Horizon in general, I should say, because obviously Forbidden West also includes these. There's a lot of interesting places Fallout could take things.
Oh yeah.
Aloy, you're hard.
I feel like I believe that before Bethesda decided to get a little fussy about the relationship, I think there was supposed to be plans for a Fallout set in was it Louisiana, I think?
Get on down
in
that
deep
bayou.
south. Yeah. You go into the bayou. The rad gators come out of the bayou. You don't come out of the bayou.
Oh god, rad gators.
They do it.
They would do it in a heartbeat.
I mean, Bethesda put fucking like a Mothman and some other cryptids in West Virginia for 76. Again, they'll do anything. I think a swamp Fallout would be a new aesthetic we haven't seen, right? Like the old school West Coast Fallouts have that desert vibe, which New Vegas heavily leans into. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes me wish for nuclear winter. Fallout 3 and 4 have kind of that East Coast, low mountains and plains, and I think honestly, from what I've seen of the footage of 76, they definitely do that Appalachia stuff better. They actually let the land have some variety. It's just also it's a weird live service thing with a battle royale mode tacked on. But like swampy. I mean, I loved what was it, Point Lookout in 3, where you went to the island in Maryland with the fucking abandoned boardwalk and shit, right? Like that was cool. That was actually really unique. Operation Anchorage was also unique. It was weird, but they let you do different gameplay stuff, I guess. I'm not sure why they wanted to do that, but it let them do different environments. That could also be another thing. Obviously, there is that very infamous now mod for New Vegas. Was it Frontier? Which, if you haven't heard about this, audience, you're lucky. It was a very comprehensive DLC style expansion, mod. Added a whole new area with all kinds of different plot lines and stuff you could go to. Developed by a team for years, but it has some issues because a lot of the story writing was done by like one guy in some of their biggest stuff, who was also doing a lot of the tech work. He was a tech guy, not a writing guy, but he did a lot of the writing because it was his tech, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, some people have complained about certain parts of the mod are very tech demo-y and very, like, weird. Like, Axe made the COD joke with 3 and New Anchorage, like, DLC, Operation Anchorage. There are segments of Frontier that are like that. You take a fucking space plane vertibird and fight an Enclave space station. Like, it's very extremely gonzo and weird and doesn't necessarily fit New Vegas's ethos. Yeah, I think Axe said it best. The tech for modding was, like, crazy, but some of the story beats were not great. Among other controversies. And you can go look it up. A couple of YouTube channels that I follow have different dissection videos and even interviews with the like main mod guy, both Remy Down Under Gaming and Mike Burnfire. Both those channels, which do a lot of stuff with these kinds of things, have some talk about it. If you wanna know more. And even then, a lot of people still have positive responses to like certain side quest lines or stuff like that, right? They did even do some other interesting things, like I think they added vehicle stuff, like you could actually get in an NCR like refurbished homebrew tank and drive it around. So like, yeah, it was a very adventurous mod. But while that has been done and has like been in the ethos, you could still do a Northern Fallout, right? Like you said, Pacific Northwest could be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, make it more mild down around the Sound, and then you can get up into the mountains where it can get like snowy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Could be very interesting. But also, I think the swamp one would also be another like really good.
Now I've always been, like I said, the Pacific Northwest is my stomping ground. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna throw any stones. When I was working on a homebrew Fallout RPG, of which I now believe there are several anyway, and I wouldn't bother. I was working on a clone of Eclipse Phase because I only knew like 3 game systems, and percentiles are easy to clone. I may or may not have to think about that later, but we also have lots of other gaming things to talk about. I actually thought of and fleshed out a little bit of a setting for a Fallout Florida, because there are a lot of interesting things here. You know, you've got Cape Canaveral in the space program. United States Central Command is in Tampa. I mean, it would be Legendary Boss Hunter. It would be the ultimate comeback, right? If New Vegas 2 took place somewhere that was cold, you could have NCR guys complaining about this nuclear winter makes me wish I was back in the Mojave. Like it would be the ultimate circle joke, right? Like I love those kinds of callbacks. I would love for that kind of dialogue thing to come back. Like, fuck, when they eventually release ES6, right? Like, there's gotta be a guy who says something about a sweet roll or his knee, right?
right.
Or that's like a side quest, like you've got to hobble somebody, hit him in the knee. Oh, my knee. My adventuring days are over. Or again, that could be a Radiant quest. A kid runs up to you and says, "Oh no, somebody's stolen my sweet roll." But yeah, no, the like I said, the I would love you could do the big reverb. No, it's fighting. It's fighting the other guy. It's spitting hot fire.
Yeah, say this is just riding a bristleback, just yeah.
And again, I talk about I like how they've added that variety. That's something I really wanted.
I think you can just run into some people too and just do damage.
I would assume so with the tusks. Yeah, get some momentum, get some slamma-jamma, bonk.
Yeah,
that's good.
All right, let me see if I can do this. Jump. Oh, it didn't let me do a strike from above.
Might have been because it was downed. Or dismount strike might still be a skill you have to buy.
Maybe, I'm not sure. But now I got a bristle bro.
Robot pig.
Robo-Pig. Ooh, excuse me.
I wonder then, does that make burrowers? They do kind of do that alert thing. I guess burrowers are meerkat.
No, I was actually gonna say that I think they're. I guess they're. You looking for something? You looking for something?
Snacking.
Oh yeah, that's right. He'll fucking just pull out salvage.
Oh, that's rad. Just your overridden machines just have ambient stuff.
Yeah, I know, cause like you know, that's like with the wide jaws, the
Yeah.
Let me fix you. The wide jaws do that. The plow horns do that. Not plow. Yeah, plow horns.
So much attention to very neat. Thumbs up. But okay. Since we brought up the anime thing earlier, was there any other anime news you wanted to touch on?
We did get news that Kizuna Ai has done her last
Okay.
live stream and has announced an anime project herself. But we will see. Let's see. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm going to the south. That's right. This is why I wanted to get a ride, because I got to run for a little bit. If you can't teleport someplace, you know, getting a ride is probably the best idea.
Yep.
But yeah, you just got to get there first, then you'll just teleport. Where am I going?
They usually give you a lot of variety in your fast travel and stuff, but yeah, sometimes you gotta hoof it, and depending on the terrain, it can be better to actually just get a big straightaway and get them out. And you can just leave them wherever.
Well, the thing is, like, as long as they don't die, you can always call them. You just call them die.
Yeah. That's what I mean, right? Like, you can, as long as they're not down and dead, you can leave them wherever, and they just are like, just, you know, whistle them up.
I'll leave you here, actually. Oh, these are spikes now. Ah, it's a fucking.
Reconnected with the dome back in the base.
These are anteaters, by the way.
Interesting.
Spike snouts? They're anteaters.
But also they have spiky snouts.
Yes.
Do they give you the... Ooh, I just saw the tongue.
Yep.
I guess they probably, like, slurp up biomass or whatever to fuel those big pods.
Oh, shit. That's right. Fuck. They have exploding bits. These guys are interesting as they'll give you debuffs, and they can buff their other machines.
Interesting. I did notice... I don't remember what machine type it was, but some machine type somewhere, like, launched a repair pod that was like the control towers in Frozen Wilds. Just, like, send it a pulse that fixed guys and salvage it.
Like
very interesting. Like I said, they really did a lot, I think, to up the enemy variety, which was something I did complain about, where it's like every machine really is different now, and it's not just like, hello, here is big claw machine, try to eat your face.
I'm keeping an eye on that fucking that shell snapper over there, because I do not want to fight it right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a whole ass, you know, wandering boss, right?
Right.
Is that the dead bellow back?
Yep. Doesn't look like it's salvage though.
It's ambient.
Right. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking place anyway.
Rip.
Oh well, there's a fucking drone here, so I want to get it.
Drone.
Again, another one of the
Drone
collectibles.
bits? You know where to put the drone thing?
Oh yeah, no, in Gaia. You go to Gaia's room. There's a
in the room itself. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
luckily I'm saved right outside there, so when I get back, I'll drop that off. Neat.
I do not know what to
And
do
again,
with
this is another fun little thing. I like this. You have to climb up somewhere high and then jump on the drone.
Mm-hmm. Actually, how big is your? Well, nah, I think it looks like you got a wide angle. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's an acid canister.
It's chilling.
Whee! Screet! Leap!
Taking you with me.
But okay, as we are about to cross the 2-hour mark.
Two.
Actually, before I
The drone stayed out.
I'm going to take a quick break and stretch my legs. I heartily recommend that to other people listening who've been doing it for 2 hours. I'm going to pause the audio and leave Lucky to, you know, juggle drones and fight robot anteaters. And I'll be right back. Paul.
So with this, I need to remember, let's see here. Detachable, contain valuable resources. Contain resources, persist when kills, contains resources of attack. Do you actually have... Okay, no, you do not have anything I need to actually shoot off, so I can just kill you. And be okay.
Down it goes.
Then we back up. I missed. Alright. Yeah, it seems my best bet for these guys is to just get up close and then give them a booping. Oh wait, no, didn't they have some resource things that happen? Persist when killed. Doesn't matter, get stabbed. There we go. So yeah, these are small machines with small machine cores. Ooh, that's a vulture. No, come back! Return to Earth where you belong. Uh-oh. I'm not here, fool. I said I'm not here! I missed. There we go. Is that my pig over there? Oh, that is my pig. Ah!
Okay, I'm back. One stretch later. Like, you see, you're sneaking around this shell snapper, who you said you didn't want to fuck with.
I was dealing with other things, and it came to say hello.
They do that.
All right.
Yeah, these guys are fuckers. Like, this must be a Hephaestus design, but this snapping turtle is crawling with guns. It's got, like, huge frost tanks under it, where it spits, you know, ice rocks the size of Aloy at you. Also, it can go underground. This is a tough son of a gun. Ow. Big rock at you. Guys. Which have physics, because of course they do. Hey, just got fucking guns on his back. What a tryhard.
God, he can just walk and shoot, and that's the thing that kills me.
Yeah, no, those turrets are just completely independent. It sucks.
Take a moment.
I wonder if there'll ever be something you could do about the light. Maybe with Demeter.
Looks like that doesn't do a lot. Son of a bitch. Oh well, I'll still keep it. You're a big target!
He is a biggest boy. Big chunk.
Alright. You are now slowed.
Well, the turrets are for self-defense. Remember, Hephaestus started making hunter-killer machines and stuff because humans started fucking shit up.
See, that's the thing that gets that makes it hard for Snapjaws. It's not that it's necessarily big. It's just it has autonomous attacks,
Yeah,
which are hard to deal with.
Its mouth has an attack, and then it has 4 gun turrets. And you can actually blast some of them off, but trust me, they suck butts. The Shell Snapper frost cannons are like frost throwers. They're not very long ranged. That'll probably work. I think for the one you had to fight with Tallulah, I like hid in the grass twice and just did that twice. I just brace shot off a couple of its guns. Still have to have a bit of fight. But if you guys are wondering from other video game related news from us, I don't have any. Ever since, like I said, I vacked out my PS5, I have been trying to play, I've been playing trying to play as much Horizon as possible. The game is good and there's a lot to it, and I've got other shit to do in the future. I'm still, really itching to play Cyberpunk as I listen to the cello version of the Rebel Path over and over again.
Sick, I got the fucking...
I don't think I mentioned that, but, like, when I played Cyberpunk again, like, it is just so... Well, I did talk about how it just sucks you in so much, but, like, it's shorter than I remember, but, God, that first Johnny flashback sequence is so good, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it still hits. And the music, right, and everything, and it's just like, damn.
Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Ah!
I missed,
there's one thing I do say I do not like is these machines are way too fucking accurate.
Yeah, that is one thing I will say is it's, they're not full-blown tracking like they used to be. Like, you can time out some of the attacks right. I haven't seen a lot of enemies, like, when they do jump attacks, like, magically rotate their bodies to perfectly hit me just because I'm still in range, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about this, their attack patterns seem slightly more fixed.
God damn it!
But
God
ranged
damn
attacks
it!
are fucking accurate, yeah. Also, this whole, and that guy's big.
Like I
Also,
say, he
this
just
whole
fucking
area
came out of nowhere and just belly flopped on me.
Yeah, they do that. They're big. The other thing was this whole area was full of blight, so you were taking chip damage like most of the time.
Oh, it put me up here, so I guess. Let's see, is my mount still good? Yeah, he is. What's up, pig? Let's go, Bacon! This pig is now named Bacon.
I mean, you can get robot muscle and stuff now. Neat. Yeah, I don't have any other video game fronts to talk about stuff. Like I've been occasionally jonesing to play some of my older titles, but I'm like, no, I got to focus on stuff. We got still more stuff coming out.
On Blue Archive, no, I have not. I've gotten the welfare. I got me my first copy of Summer Tsurugi, but I'm not sure if I want to be spending more money on Blue Archive when Blue Archive doesn't understand what a fucking rate up is. I did a single 10 pull on both the banners. On one, I got 2 3-stars. They were non-rate ups. I'm just like, what the actual fuck? Like too many times I'd be rolling on rate up banners, and I get, not what's on rate up. I have to actually spark it. I have to do 200 rolls. All the while I'm getting like every other 3-star. Like I think the only non-permanent 3-star I don't have in Blue Archive right now, aside from Kaharu, who's new, is the other athletic one, the Millennium athletic one. I can't remember her fucking name. Die! Oh, he is not dying.
Yeah, March is still packed, y'all. We got Babylon's Fall, 3rd March. That's not a guarantee for me, but platinum action game with multiplayer is like pretty good. Oh yeah, I don't know if we talked about that. There was, speaking of anime news, there was an announcement. There is going to be a near Automata, anime. Some people are a little bamboozled by this. I said I think it's going to be easy. There's only like 4 or 5 endings that matter. Most of them are jokes, and some of the storylines are mostly the same. I admit I haven't gotten through and completed all of them because it's completing just one storyline of Nier Automata is a big emotional drive, and also I'm gonna be real, I don't like playing as 9S. I think I've said that before. I think that'll be easier than maybe people think, but yeah, that's out there. But Babylon's Fall is the 3rd of March, the next day on the Switch, Triangle Strategy. That's probably going to keep me busy through the front half of the month, and then we get later on the 17th. That's when the Ultimax port drops for PC, PS4, and Switch. And then the next day, 18th March, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. That's going to be a big one. Oh God, that's damn.
God damn it!
You're killing me, guys. Because Ghostwire is the 25th of March. That's like a week later.
You gotta pick your battles.
I mean, I'll get both just because I'm concerned about everything getting its shit sold out. But we'll work on them. And I didn't even know because it seems like gameplay wise it's a little more action oriented. I don't even know how long Stranger in Paradise is.
Here we go
What do you know
again.
about April?
Again, this
April still got a couple of things. We got so far got a little bit of trail time for you and me. I think there's the Advanced Wars re-release is in April.
I could
So
probably.
that's
skip
probably not
that.
a high demand.
Like I say, I like Advance Wars, but
Oh, I'm interested. I've never played them, but I've played Fire Emblem, and it's just Fire Emblem but with tanks, basically. Like, I know there's some other details, but you know the core gameplay structure is very clearly in the same vein. Nintendo Switch Sports is in April as well, but I'm not gonna right away. For the rest of y'all, I would like to remind you that 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim Switch port is in April.
Should be closing in on the other ancient
Hinting
machines.
strongly.
Salvage.
I still think not enough people play that game.
Well, I mean, they got enough that they're making new ports still, so I would recommend to you to pick it up. It's going to be available on, I think, basically everything then once the Switch version comes out. So, if you play it, check it out. It's good.
You did not die.
And depending on when this was last updated,
There we go.
I don't know when this was updated, but it does look like May is
Really don't
also
sound like
pretty
rebels.
lean.
Maybe if I follow their tracks, I can find out where they're headed. I can probably use my
Though
compass to follow
May
the
is
tracks
for
those
spoken,
riders
late in May. And then for now, at least, until shit gets crazy, there's not enough known about fall for it to get really nuts. There's usually like one big release per month. It seems like maybe 2.
Oh, nice, Bacon.
Then again, I would say part of it is because the reason why we only have some of this news is because Nintendo went with their, start of the year direct. So we've got a lot of Nintendo and Switch release dates throughout the year. Like Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes is 24th of June. Live Alive is July. We know that Starfield is coming out in the 11th of November. PC and Xbox.
This'll be my stash when I
And we
need it.
know that Saints Row is in August. For now. I don't know. Probably still.
Yeah, I think Saints Row is probably going to be a digital buy for me. Probably.
Let's
So.
see. I mean, at some point, Bayonetta 3 is supposed to come out this year.
Oh, it's a back primary nerve. That's what. One complaint I do have, even though when you go to merchants and you can see the little heart thing on it, it doesn't actually tell you what thing you actually needed to buy. So you have to go all the way back out, look at it, then go back in. You could have done that a little bit better. Just put hearts next to the thing I need to buy. I'll fucking buy them.
Yeah. Let's see. We do have a couple of things that don't have hard and fast dates.
Ragnarok is still supposed to be coming out this year.
Yep. I think those are some of the big ones. We've got Ragnarok, Breath of the Wild 2, still allegedly, even though it was nowhere at that presser
Find
this
this useful, but
upfront. But also, that's not. Who said that Star Wars Eclipse is going to come out this year? You're wrong. It's not going to happen. Sorry. They did that trailer to try and get recruitment for that game. It's not coming out this year, guys.
You got like 4 years to wait on that.
Yeah. Even if they said they planned for it this year, no. It's going to be a couple of years. Let's see. But the big ones, I think, are, like you said, well, for us anyway, that we don't have dates on is Ragnarok, Breath of the Wild 2, and no hard date on Plague Tale Requiem yet either.
Let's see here. I'm thinking. Yeah, no. So, like I said, I am excited about Saints Row,
maybe I can find a
even if other people aren't.
I mean, I'm there.
But Ragnarok, yes. And like I said, Nintendo's kind of got me on the nostalgia trip with a few titles. I don't know when it's coming out, but the Front Mission remake.
Yeah, that's not on this list for some reason, but
Yeah.
I think it's sometime in summer. And then they've already announced that they will also have the second one at a later date.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one. They got the Advanced War. I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, Square Enix's strategy on Switch seems to be, you get a remake, and you get a remake, and you get a remake.
Alright, Xenoblade 3 is definitely popular. I would like to be more interested in Xenoblade, but Xenoblade Chronicles, excuse me. But like I said, I'm still back on the first one. The first one's kind of weird.
That's one of those, everybody has the different JRPG series they've never gotten into. Xenoblade is one of them for me. I've never played one of those games, so I'm like, I'm glad you guys are excited. I don't know nothing.
Like,
Nobody.
One day I need to sit down, finish Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2, because, again, Xenoblade 2 has Cosmos. That's all I need in my life. Listen, I have all 3 Xenosaga games. Can you say that? No, you can't. Because Xenosaga 3 literally costs hundreds of dollars. Because people are madmen.
I'm trying to remember, I did not beat it because it was I borrowed it from my library, but I did play one of the Xenosaga games. I think it was 2? I don't remember. Like I said, I did not have time to beat it. It was a library borrow. My library did let you borrow like PS2 games, but you could only borrow one at a time. I beat Grandia 3, I think, that way?
Did I beat Grandia 3? I might have beat... Or was it Grandia 2? It was one of them. I think 2 and 3 were on the PS2.
Yes, it was 3. Okay, I remember this cover, yeah. Had a great opening movie. It was pretty good. The opening song. Fairly average scores. It was alright. Had a nice world map.
Listen,
It was a PS2 game.
sometimes you just need no right game.
This is the thing, right, with a lot of games that come out. Like, I know some people are like, this doesn't break the mold or shake anything, and I'm like, it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Like, I think we talked about this with like RTS games, right? Like, that they were kind of going through a glut for a while. I do think there are actually some more titles coming out, but like, sometimes you just need, okay games in a genre. Like, I don't think JRPGs are going anywhere necessarily, but like, I'm not upset that lots of them are getting like HD re-releases and stuff, right?
Right.
I'm not mad that like we seem to have a slight resurgence in purely turn-based tactical games, right? Whether it's remasters or new content, because I love those games. And
You love squares.
Yeah, I do love squares. But also, like, for a while there, it used to be a lot of games tried to make themselves real-time because that was the big like tech thing, right?
I have to go.
And honestly, like, I think we've gone back to a point where a lot of gamers are like, nah, turn-based is fine. I don't care about the tech. I just, if it's part of the system, it's part of the system, right?
Right. The fuck? Ancient sculptures? What the hell are those? Hang on.
Oh, it's a new relic.
Oh, it's something I can sell. Okay. Well, I need to sell some shit anyway. Actually, no, I need to check my fucking quest and figure out what I need to do for my damn... Snapjaw Circulator. Medium Machine Cores. Medium Machine Cores. Bellowback Primary Nerve. Rollerback Hammer. Snapmaw Circulator. Bellowback Primary... No, let's... One at a time. Snapmaw Circulator.
Aloy.
Sorry, I'm like... But this is the thing I'm talking about. Like, you go to here, you see next to it, it has the heart on it. So I'm like,
Yeah,
okay,
so,
probably...
there's a job associated with it.
Yeah, but you actually go down the line, and I'm like, I don't see anything indicating... Like, this is one of the things I need, the Snapmaw Circulator. I don't see anything indicating that this is the item in question I needed. So I'm like, I'm gonna buy one, though. And then I have that, so... Wait, did I think I need a Bellowback Primary Nerve? Let me see here. Well, I don't have either of them, so I'll buy one of each. Fuck it.
Yep.
I got shit to sell. Gotta keep that cash going.
You're welcome.
Alright, now... Fly to the nearest workstation, because apparently you don't have one here. Which is very dumb.
Yeah, the spacing of certain facilities is a little weird. At least they give you... I like that there are, like, campfires in the middle of nowhere, and then sometimes there are shelters, which a shelter usually has campfire, stash, workbench, and you can change time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
Like right
wish you
here.
could change time of day anywhere, just because, as I said, night is dark. But, like, honestly, for most gameplay, it's not a problem. It's just sometimes when you're searching for specific things or, like, dealing with enemies, it's like, damn, it's dark. But, okay. Let's talk about tabletop stuff then, I think.
Oh, okay.
Talk plenty about video game. You, audience, can listen with your ears to the power of Delta Green continuing. First part of Rat's Nest is up.
Oh,
I think I actually mentioned
son of a fucking bitch.
That I changed the name in the scenario. StudiOmega is part 1. Nice. People are checking it out. I think overall the session was pretty okay.
Mhm.
But we did have some issues, I think, with organization earlier. I talked about this, right?
Yeah.
Right, like the scenario the guys are in is very dense. I had a lot of different leads in a lot of different places. There's a lot of like background information that kind of like weaves together this spooky tapestry, of the unnatural. And while it was good that everybody was gung ho, I think early we had a serious problem where like I was doing my classic GM thing where I'm like, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going? I'm like rotating to everybody, and everybody is like, I'll pursue this lead. I'll pursue this lead. And there was no real organization. It was just everybody was trying to figure out what was in their wheelhouse and to go there immediately.
Yeah.
And it led to you guys poking a lot of different areas for clues and getting a lot of different information. Sorry, I blinked there because YouTube stayed green light but said no data, and I was like, are you sure about that? It's fine. It says excellent connection. But I'm like, why did you say no data if the light was green? What aren't you telling me, Mr. YouTube? But yeah, so like, eventually at one point, I think it was you, Lucky, who was like, okay, hold on, I have no idea what's going on. Let's collectivize our notes.
Mm-hmm.
I need to sort out what's going on. And then everybody else was kind of like, yeah, I'm starting to get a little lost. Let's take a second. So we actually like stepped down in the middle and we're like, okay, here's what I got, here's what you got, and like double checked everything.
Yeah. Wrote it all, but
and then.
Yep.
Then once you guys did that part, and then it was more like, okay, we are going here to look at this lead. You go over here and look at this lead. Got it. So once you got your organization on and like we started with the timing, I think it got a little smoother. So that was good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody had a decent time. It was kind of interesting. You guys talked about this at the end, but you guys didn't necessarily roll a lot of tests and didn't fail a lot of stuff because it's very early in the research phase, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are trying to figure out what the problem is. A classic for these kind of investigation type games. You look at it and you go, like, we cleared phase the first, which is there a problem? You guys looked at this for like 5 minutes and were like, yeah, there's a problem here. Something's wrong here. And now we are in the remaining 3 hours and 25 minutes. We're like, okay, but where is the problem exactly?
No, I did enjoy this.
Digging and go. I keep digging, but there's just more and more problem going back.
No, it's like this is one of the things that we like. That I thought like I somewhat joined is like we're all getting all different information and we all feel like it's connected. We just haven't found the through line as we kept saying. Like there's something.
Like I said, the way I wrote it, there is a through line. You guys have to dig for it. Once you have the through line, most of this will probably make sense. Air quotes on sense.
I mean,
the moon rats thing is great. I love how players get with their little things of like you guys really cottoned onto the rats and are obsessed with it, and I love it. Like just the rat paranoia is deep, and then it got turned into a specific theme of like because like we're wrapping up the session. I'm like, okay, Axe is doing the last lead right now, and I'm like, hey, Axe, do you have any astronomy? Does your character have any astronomy? And he's like, no. Okay, roll int. All right, so you found these animal control records about vermin outbreaks. Turns out they're associated with the new moon. He returns to the hotel rambling about moon rats, which are real, by the way. A moon rat is a real type of rodent. Where was it from again? Are a nocturnal terrestrial mammal of the family
suffer outlanders in the clanland.
Erinaceidae, hedgehogs, and
I'm not here to fight.
oh, Moonrats. Okay. There's another word here which is like gymnurs, but that's just Wikipedia also says gymnurs, also called hairy hedgehogs or moonrats. So,
You may enter, but mind our way.
the moonrat is a small carnivorous animal which is not closely related to rats or other rodents. But it's called the moonrat.
Clearly because it's from the fucking moon.
It's actually from Southeast Asia, but listen, I'm not going to say anything.
All right, I have
But
made
it did work out, funnily enough, into like a whole thing. Like I think I even put that in the video description. I used it when I tweeted it out. I used #moonrat.
No, it's very funny.
Yeah.
No, I love it. The other thing was our deep dive on flamethrowers.
Yeah, so you guys were again with the rat obsession. Like some of you were digging through the inventory chapter for like, what's a good solution for this? Can we get access to like fire bombs and stuff like that? And I think it was you who noticed this first.
Oh yeah, I did.
I'm not sure though. Okay, yeah. So you were like, wait a minute. Why does it say hand flamethrower isn't restricted? And I was like, oh yeah, no. There's no national regulation against flamethrowers. Your state may regulate them, but there's no national rule. And then the big thing was it also gave you a model number, right?
Right.
Which again, you actually like looked up, and yeah, no, there's commercially available flamethrowers. And I think somebody else in the community actually found like a link to a flamethrower that Axe also dug up and like forwarded to us, and like, yeah, no, I'm like, yeah, no, it's in a magazine. The exothermic pulsefire LRT flamethrower, 25 plus foot reach, 27 seconds of flame. Arc ignition, battery included, runs on gas or gas diesel mix. So yeah, that was just another funny thing that like kept coming back up about the flamethrowers. I don't think you guys are actually going to want to grab flamethrowers because they require heavy weapons, and none of you have that except Marth's character. And as we discussed, I feel like defaulting on a flamethrower is a bad idea.
Yeah, probably.
You can always choose to fail a skill you have no points in for free points at the end of the session, but
Yeah, be careful.
and actually that is another thing we should mention. I think we talked about it a little on the actual AP, but last week on What's Up, we were kind of talking about how we both had some reticence about some aspects of DG systems, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some issues seemed like there were some zero-sum games. Well, like a lot of RPGs these days, there is an errata. And I know they have some updates to them, but it's a little, like I said, I was a Kickstarter backer for this game like in 2015 when they did this. I've gotten, God knows, at least 2 digits, possibly 3 digits worth of emails from DG, from Arc Dream about DG. So like if they mentioned an errata somewhere, I probably just didn't notice. Because mostly it's just like updates on like sales, or we're still working on new splat books, blah, blah, blah.
This armor looks fucking sick, by the way.
Tab over. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll create a job and just remember it.
Good, yeah. I love that you could just create jobs for everything. I want to buy this later.
Like I said, I just stick to Hunter and Infiltrator stuff, so I don't lose my mind trying to maybe think of everything I want to buy at some point.
I mean, eventually, once you get late enough in the game, you might be able to pick out some of the most advanced shit for just, like, being prepared, but yeah. Normally, it's them quick treats.
There we go. And then... You know what? I'm going to sell these. Get them out of my...
Well, yeah, Axe, you did, because on the character sheet, there was technically something that was still incorrect a little bit. It was about skills, right? I think it said like 1d4 minus 1 or something.
Ah, yes, access.
And maybe that was an early version of the errata. So we were asking about that, and I'm like, no, in my core book it says, 1 point. But Axe has actually listened to some Delta Green APs, for better or worse. But he was like reminded of like, oh yeah, they're doing the 1d4 thing in the session, so he actually tracked it down and found the errata summary document, and I was able to put that into the cheat sheet.
Very nice.
And in general, you and I both talked about this. It addresses, I think, a lot of our concerns, right? For a lot of the home actions, for instance, you usually get something even if you fail. Like if you want to repair a bond, you still get 1 point in it back, even if you fail the like sand check or whatever. Only if you fumble do you do it, but you're incredibly unlikely to waste your time, right?
Right.
Similarly, when you do skills, it's not 1d10, it's like 2d6 now. So it's more flat. You know, you get at least 2 points, and that's more unlikely because you're rolling 2 numbers together. A lot of the sanity restoring options, you know, give you at least 1 back. I think they simplified how going to therapy is supposed to work. So it's a little more plain and easy and less complex.
Oh, is that just an up? Oh, okay. Beam wire. Stagger beams?
Hey, you know, we talked about is plasma 3d6. Okay, that's even better.
Oh, sick. Anchor rope caster, shock ropes.
That is also, I do want to say, as much as the other ammo types is like kind
check
of
it out.
annoying,
Here's the
I do
plasma
like
weapon.
they improved all this stuff. Right?
Yeah, no, this is basically a direct upgrade to my fucking my standard rope caster, because it has the regular one, but then it has the shock and then the canister of a type I don't have. So no, this is good. This weapon's good. I'm buying this right now.
It's a little confusing, but eventually you will find, you know, better upgrades. Also, they just throw free shit at you. That at least I think is something I do appreciate. Right?
Ooh,
some Shredder gauntlets, some purple shit.
let's see, the Vanguard Hunter Bow. It does upgrade with that and that. This one will probably be good. This will let me get rid of one of my blast slings, but...
Do y'all like inventory micromanagement?
This is inventory micromanagement as fuck. This has acid arrows, but nothing else. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I want, and it's hard. Let's see, if I actually get this blast sling...
Yeah, what is that's opportunity cost is what that's called, right? Like there's I mean, technically you could have an inventory of nothing but hunter bows or sharp shot bows, but that seems a little redundant.
Yeah, I should get that. And
yes, I think that's a good way to put it, X, is that no matter what you do, unless you like critically fumble, which is very unlikely, especially once you get higher up in like your various levels, it's very easy to get back in there. I'm not gonna make people like unfucklet. I did realize when I was writing some of the last of the Rat's Nest thing earlier today. Technically, I think I gave you guys back too much sand for the Dimensional Shambler. It's you always get back your lower level of sanity, so it should have just been like +1.
Oh,
as opposed to rolling it. Tomes still give you, because there's only 1 sand loss for those. Tomes still give you the 1 back, which is big. So yes, burning books. Or in case of sand loss, break glass, burn book, still a viable strat. But for monsters, it's a little less big, which I think is important because it's, you know, it's less easy to climb sand dramatically. As several of you started either as sane or saner than you started the adventure. But like I said, that was my fuck up. I'm not gonna make you guys lose sand because of it, and I don't. Because we talked about this with like, because your improvement of skills also went up. I was like, unless you guys can like prove which skills you went up, like on what sessions, all or nothing, I'm not gonna do it. So we'll keep we keep track for the future. Not that you guys always have a lot of stuff. I've been complimented by several players that appreciate my use of the using skills without rolling rules in Delta Green, and just be like, how much is your search again? 80? Okay, you find the thing. Like, so long as you guys aren't rushing and I don't think there's an element of danger or chaos in it, I'm just content to be like, you're like, literally the world's leading expert in forensics? Yeah, you can find the clues. You're good at this. And, we want you to find the clues so you can continue to get the stuffs. So that you can, find the meat grinder and horrifically die. What?
Please no.
Well, I am, like I said, I did over this week finish the adventure. I did not actually get the climax bits written, and I did. And it's a little over 40 pages now, though, like I said. I think at least it's got to be like a solid 3 of those, if not more, is stat blocks, because statting both people and, like, unnatural entities in Delta Green is very clunky.
Mhm.
Like, there are technically, like, formalized rules and keywords for certain things. Like, for instance, a lot of unnatural gribblies have a repeating quality, like, this creature is huge. On a successful lethality roll, it still doesn't take, it's not killed instantly, it still takes the damage, It just takes the damage normally, because it's huge. Huge, not limited unnatural creatures. Large animals like elephants and rhinos might also be huge, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Though, again, Delta Green, if you run into a fucking rhino, that's also probably sand-worthy. Are you fighting a zoo? Yeah, there's a Shub-Niggurath cult in the zoo. They have done hypergeometric rituals to the rhinos to control them. You must fight rhinoceroses, and you're like, fuck. I need a drone strike. You're still on U.S. soil. We can't do that anymore, Star Fox. Fuck. I'll buy my own Hellfire missile and put it on a cart. But no, there are recurring defensive abilities, and some things are, suggested or recurring, but you still mostly have to write them out long form. So, for a lot of weird stuff I've done, I had to work on some stuff. I will say also I have my own thoughts about designing enemies. I like the guidelines. I like for actual, for the most part, for the big name boys, when they actually talk about, goos and high-level unnatural intelligences, they're just they don't have stats. Assume that they want to do something, they do it. Here's a couple of qualities they probably have that do some stuff specifically. Big C himself, Cthulhu, can change his density, shape, size, and molecular mass whenever he likes. Just cause, I guess. I mean, I personally feel like that's kind of assumed. That's not really stated in the literature, but whatever, bro. Oh, look at these beautiful flowers. So majestic.
So majestic.
Quack! But, for some enemies that may or may not be possibly mass-produced, some of these stat blocks are very, very fucky, and I'm just okay, all right, I understand. It's Delta Green, it's horror, we want to actually make these things look like threats. But also, damn, dude, do you really want to chew through 100 HP on a Shoggoth who takes minimal damage from bullets because it's a fucking protoplasm?
No.
Nah, that sucks. No. I guess the idea is you want the players to, realize they can't do anything and fucking run, but, you also don't have to make the stats tedious. You can just be hey, it just ignores all that shit, and then if you actually get, a drone strike or a tactical nuclear weapon, that'll solve the problem. But, again, that's just me thinking about, smoothing over stuff. I don't know,
Well, I personally
I've done my best to come up with some unique variety of things. From bullets, they always take minimum damage. It's because they're literally made of goo.
Alright, so I literally cannot...
I believe that anything with a lethality rating over 40% actually does damage. It still doesn't kill them if you roll under it. They take damage, but they do actually, hucking blocks of C4 at a Shoggoth will eventually get it. But yeah, no, it has 100, as per stated in the Handler's Guide, it actually has 100 HP, and I'm just goddamn, that's a lot of chip damage. Again, I know you're supposed to run away, and shit, but you could make that easier on me, and rather than make me track all these fucking hit points, guys, come on. Like I said, for actual great old ones, it's just yeah, no, if you see Cthulhu, he can do whatever the fuck he likes. You take a -40 to all non-sand related checks. If you fail your sand check, you take 1d20/1d100, a classic for Call of Cthulhu games. Yes, if you meet Nyarlathotep in a bar, you might just go indefinitely insane right away. Oh, proto-Shoggoths, the proto-matter, those are way nerfed. They, have much less stats and their attacks do, less damage and stuff. Those are much more manageable. If you meet a goo man filled with proto-matter. That's much more like the thing.
Sorry, I'm being a little mad at the game here right now.
Yeah, you looking at some inventory stuff, you being a little meh.
I'm being a little murr. Mostly because there's the next bow let me. Like, because I'm trying to figure out, like, again, I'm doing my inventory management thing. I'm all like, all right, what do I want to give up? I'm like, okay, so I want to be hunter bows, sharp shot bows, probably have some blasts, some trip casters, rope casters. That's probably my jam. I know how to use all those things very well. So I want to get the, you know, the spread along that. And, you know, here's like, you know, purge water hunter bows. I'm like, okay, cool, that'd be nice. Purge and acid. But, you know, again, I already have, you know,
yeah, you've already got your frostbow for acid.
Yeah, so I'm just like, I don't want... Can I just smash these two weapons together? Please?
Who knows? Maybe at the purple tier you can.
Because then, you know, I go down to the purple tier, and guess what? Here's just acid and upgrade. I'm all like, okay? So now that invalidates, so that's, you know, that bow, but then I will lose, you know, fire and fucking frost. I'm like, God fucking damn it!
I will say it's interesting.
Like,
so not every... Some weapons just have 3 damage types, and some only have 2. It seems to be more, like, categorical rather than rarity-based. Like, obviously, rarities have more upgrade slots.
Yeah, and sometimes you can unlock...
But I've noticed that some of them, that are, even though they're, like your other blue bow there, which was that your Sun-Kissed Hunter bow?
Yeah.
Like, that I assume is a quest reward, right?
No, I bought that one.
Okay, so interesting. Bought it, but it has access to, like, 3 ammo types. Yeah, I guess just the main thing that I'm having trouble with is I'm not following the rules, right? Like, there seem to be some guidelines on, like, who gets more ammo types and stuff, but also, how do we decide that, you know?
Again, I would love just to have, like, here, like, this one's, like, I kind of got it, like, I'm gonna buy a new adhesive one, and it's gonna have adhesive, and then, you know, where it go? It's gonna have adhesive, acid, and purge water, so I'm like, okay, cool. And, you know, I'll just have a regular old one for explosive damage. So, you know, I'm still at 2, but I've upgraded the types I can do. So I'm like, no, that's a fair upgrade, you know. But then I'm looking at these bows up here. I'm all like, okay, I can't get a new bow without already overlapping what I am. And that just feels like a waste of space to me. I'm like, I can't. It bugs me.
Yeah, the overlap is the annoying thing, right? Like, if it was just like, this weapon has all the elemental damage, and this has all my regular arrows, that would be cool. But, like, the fact that there seem to be more common damage types than others, and I get what they're going for, but it's like, but then I'm not really picking a damage type, right? I'm just, like, oscillating. Why can't I just get all 3?
Like, and I still haven't found a fucking shock hunter bow, which is the only reason why I'm using this warrior's bow. Otherwise, I get rid of it. So I'm just like, oh. Like, this one, if this was fucking acid and shock, that'd be perfect. Be fucking perfect. I'll be like, get that in a heartbeat, because that's what I need. But no, I don't get that. I have to deal with. I'm just like, and what is fucking beam wire? What's? I guess it's just knockdown, which I guess is cool. It needs other things though. And you know, I guess I could maybe like grab the bolt caster, but I like hunter bows are my general purpose weapon. It's like decent damage, decent range, and I don't have to necessarily be fussed over using them. So I'm like, I
mean, I guess it depends where you're. Is hunter and boltcaster are in the same skill tree, aren't they? For weapon skills.
Yes.
Yeah, I could see then if you get the skills in hunter, right? You might broaden out and then use that as like your close range effort for dealing with enemies. Like for now, I pivot to like the warrior's bow when there's like a lot of dudes up close, and I'm just like, I need to shoot you from slightly farther away, faster.
Like, and it was the same thing with like the rope caster. I went from the rope caster to the anchor rope caster, which gives me the regular ropes, but then shock ropes, and then purge water canisters, which completely does not at all interfere with the canister rope caster, which is all rope casters of different elements. So like, no, this is like a perfect spread. I might have to, you know, stop and switch one out, but I'm never gonna be like, I don't feel like I have wasted a space on it. I'm just like,
yeah, like I said, it feels like there's rules to this, and I do not know them. And you're right, it's frustrating sometimes. You just be like, I wish I could figure out how to like plan my inventory so I don't have redundancy, because I don't really want to be switching. Like barring like, I think I'm still carrying like a frost hunter bow that I've got, probably the same as that one that's up there, because I'm like, okay, if I need elemental damage, sure, but like I just have like a fucking normal overdraw hunter bow, and I'm just like, nah, fuck it, I'll do it with regular arrows, and then I will switch to something if I need element. But otherwise, I'm just gonna fucking shoot it, guys.
But now I'm at this point where there's all this shit I need to buy, so I just need to go kill things.
Yep, that'd be how it be sometimes in open world games. Sorry, big yawn.
Big yawn.
I will say this. I will say I don't think I quite agree. Like, it's supposed to be crazy, right? Like,
Right.
you might think that you're okay with the concept of Cthulhu because you've heard the story, but like, imagine if you actually met a 10-story tall, giant fish tentacle dragon man, who, by the way, is projecting a like psychic aura of fucking your shit up. Literally large enough to eat 1d4 investigators per round and all that funny stuff. You would not be okay with that. I don't know, like, because the it's a slight caveat because it's the nature of the stories, right? That, like, I don't know if that would give you such trauma you would, like, immediately go, quote-unquote, permanently insane. But you might have, like, a shock reaction in 404 for a little bit.
I mean,
It
you're
would be a big,
literally
earth-shattering
looking at
deal.
your impending death. Your death could come at any moment.
Yes.
Are you saying you would be okay with just being ready to die at any moment? And if you say
And then
yes,
also on top of that, there's the existential crisis of, like... Also, by the way, not only could I die at any time, but I could die to this thing, this existential terror from beyond the stars. There's, like, this giant immortal psychic squid guy who's huge, and, like, he doesn't give a shit about me at all.
oh,
It reminds me of a bit from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the Total Perspective Vortex. A horrifying weapon which causes you to realize your true place in the universe, and everybody who's done it has gone super totally insane every time because nobody's ego can handle realizing just how tiny they actually are, because space is big, don't you know? Mind-boggling. You may think it's a long way down to the chemist, but that's peanuts compared to space. And one of our heroes, Zaphod Beeblebrox, only survives his encounter because he is technically inside a simulated universe that was built just to talk to him, so therefore, that universe that was simulated did actually revolve around him, therefore, he did not go crazy in the Total Perspective Vortex. God, British dry humor is so good. But, like, no, it's just, like... Or even the fucking weirder ones, like, Gathana Toa, who, like, might turn you into a fossil mummy, except your brain for some reason. So you're, like, a statue, but also alive forever. There's no cure. That one I don't get. I think that might be a Clark Ashton Smith or something. Maybe, what you might call it? Maybe a Derelith creation. Honestly, a lot of people shit on Derelith because he came out with a classic false dichotomy of the war in heaven between the outer gods and the elder gods. He came up with his elemental theorem where he tried to describe everything in the classical 4 elements. So he made up Ithaqua the Windwalker to represent wind, and Cthulhu the Fire Guy to represent fire. But I actually think that, like, Ithaqua and Cthulhu, or their other iterations, are actually neat. Like, Cthulhu's just like a demon fireball in a weird solar system somewhere. He's pretty sick. And if you guys don't know shit about the Ithaqua cycle, that's like...
Should read those contracts when I have
That's some
time.
primo cosmic horror shit. The Windwalker cannot leave outside of special rituals, the Arctic Circle.
Figure out.
So he's constantly out there being mad at you. He's the source of Wendigos and Nubkes and other weird Arctic shit. I love it. But, like, sometimes those relationships are weird. I know that Nodens is a big deal as a Deus Ex Machina, but I know a lot of writers can't do things with the Elder Gods. I have my own thoughts and feelings we may or may not get to. I have plot ideas for stuff for Delta. My problem is I've got, like, background ideas for, like, weird things. I need to, like, figure out how to ground them. So I'm not necessarily sure what I would do next. Like, I think I've got an idea for some, like, suburban horror stuff. Like, I want to do some weird shit with, like, a mall that is somehow connected to the unnatural. Because I think that would be really, really weird and cool. Especially because, existentially, you know, the idea of, like, the dying of mall culture is, you know, kind of a thing. I remember shopping malls.
oh, just a hub of entropy, malls are.
Yeah. And, you know, like, if you've ever seen like abandoned malls, that can be kind of freaky in its own right, and maybe that like overlap I could do some interesting things with. Like, you guys have somehow found the last suburban mall that's still in business. How? I don't know. Fucking demons, I guess. But like, I still have to work out the kinks, right? Like, so I have ideas, but it's there. But yeah, like I don't have any bones to pick with the sand loss for actual great old ones. And for some of them, it's small. For like, what's his face? Golnak or whatever, because that guy's like trapped in an infinite labyrinth and you only ever meet him as like possessing a human avatar. That's like a D6, D20, you know? Yeah, no, because he's like not here, he's just possessing a dude, and he's also a weird, gross, naked fat guy with no head. But it's still got some interesting, you know, potential there, and like actually meeting Big C, you know, Shub-Niggurath, Cthulhu, Ithaqua. That's all like serious bad news bears. Like I mentioned it before. Depending on the iteration, Ithaqua is like a giant fucking emaciated man who's still like a giant with glowing red eyes who runs across the air screaming and howling and like sucks you up into his boreal realm from which you never return, right? Like that's, you know, some real freak show shit. Getting slurped up into the sky, never to return. You gotta watch out. There's definitely some interesting exos, a little harmful. Now we had this whole conversation with Axe. Done. You'll go back in the VOD. It's okay.
I should read those contracts when I have some
There's a
time.
lot of interesting ideas. I don't know if we have more Delta Green stuff to talk about, but I was. For other ideas about stuff, I was mining other books, and I found some interesting stuff going on. Guys, if you've never read Chaosium's Secrets of Japan for Call of Cthulhu 6th edition, I think, that's a weird book. That's a fucking weird source book, guys. I think it was made during, like, I'm gonna copy somewhere. Let me see what the publishing date is.
I should read those contracts when I have some time.
This is a thing that I think before they did their new edition that Call of Cthulhu role-playing was doing for a while was these like Secrets of blah 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 books.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did like Secrets of Mesoamerica and stuff to like do different regional horrors and other things. Let me check the publishing date though on Secrets of Japan. I know that they did a shitload of time-based splats for the old Call of Cthulhu. This was in 2005, the 30th anniversary, 30 Years of Chaos. So this is right in the middle of that early to mid 2000s holy shit anime exists phase.
Mm-hmm.
Early internet memes exist. So, you know, for some reason, there's a whole sidebar about how, yeah, guys, like, Japan is weird, but it's not all tentacle porn, okay? Like, that's just, like, they just don't have, like, a Western perspective on morality, man. They have, like, a Buddhist Confucianist, as opposed to the actual source of tentacle porn is, yeah, no, that was us, actually. That was America. We censored them in the 50s, and they've never gotten over it, so authors had to get around that, and the tentacles was like, that's not a penis, it's a tentacle.
Excuse
I know
you?
that there's, you know, whatchamacallit, Dream of a Fisherman's Wife, but that's like a one-off thing. And, like, it's full of, like, mentions about, like, anime stuff. There's, for no godly reason in the back, there's, like, some kind of, like, government project or secret agency where they have, you know, fucking tokusatsu-style bio-armor that, like, is still a little alien, but is also very anime. One of the Mythos tomes is Miyamoto Musashi's Secret Sixth Ring. Woo! It was too powerful for man to know!
I feel like someone's trying really hard.
Oh, yeah, no, like I said, you can tell this was in, like... This was, like I said, it was 2005. This is very much in the, like, okay, people understand about Japan, but, like, they don't understand about Japan yet. Like, okay, they bring up stuff like the different writing formats, the different possible, you know, syllables and how to pronounce them, politeness levels and shit like that. but also like it's just there's so much. The art is so early 2000s. Like a lot. There's a lot of how to draw anime art in here.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Okay. Can I just? I think I got a PDF. I think can I copy and paste this like straight out? Yeah, I can. Okay. I'm gonna post this to the mod channel for Lucky.
Oh god, that is literally just a rolling. How do I dodge that?
I'm gonna look over there. God, yeah, fuck, that's just a big rolling wave of adhesive. You be somewhere else. But yeah, I have posted Lucky the quality of Chaosium art in the year 2005.
Oh, excuse.
Yeah. So it's not the best.
That is a style.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about, like, getting inspiration from, like, anime and stuff. They do at least reference the classics. They talk about Parasite, Devilman. Is it actually brought... I don't see Junji Ito directly referenced.
How could they not... Okay.
Anyway, it's still really weird. There's also a shitload of, like... I mean, it's true, but also it's really overplayed, talking about handling Japanese investigators, understanding obligation and shame and seniority, and I'm just like, oh, God, you guys are trying way too hard, like you said. And then, of course, it goes into the mythos shit, and we have to, like, make everything mythosy. So, that's when it gets, like, even weirder politically. So, like, you know, so y'all should know from Japan, right? Like, the modern predominant Japanese people appeared later. You know, there was the Ainu and other natives who were pushed out during the, I think it was the Jomon period. Well, guess where historical Japanese people are from, guys? Where? They're from Mu. The hidden continent in the Pacific. They worked with the Serpent Men. And it was destroyed by Yig, who was a dragon. So there is a Muvian purity of the Japanese people who moved in, and like I don't think they meant to make this like watchword about like the ethnics and stuff, but like it really comes off that way today. Amaterasu was a priestess of Mu who like turned herself into psychic energy to become a kami. So, like, Amaterasu just exists, but also she's a priestess from the lost continent of Mu, or Mu. And, like, it's so weird. There are actually some interesting things, like, they do actually approach, like... okay, I'll copy the image for the Cabal as well. So Lucky doesn't have to worry about pulling it up on screen. Like, I think there's some interesting concepts where they talk about how, like, at least if you're playing in the Cthulhu mythos, you know, the Buddhist idea of enlightenment is kind of weird. That could be kind of, like, non-human, I think, is kind of interesting. So, by the way, the original Sakayuni Buddha is just chilling with Azathoth in the center of the universe, being enlightened and shit. He's fine. Everything's fine.
I don't get it. I don't get it. It's so... Ugh.
It's just... Yeah, no. Like, it... They tried really hard, like I said, to ride this train of, like I said, it's 2005. The internet is real. People understand anime exists. But they understand anime exists, like I said, in that, like, you know... tentacle porn jokes, everything is anime with swords, you know, fucking ghost detectives. And it's not really true to...
I'm about to say, like, the way that I understand most Lovecraftian horror is that the fact that it's not connected to any actual mythology and it's completely outside of human history almost. Like,
yeah, they went really ham on the secret history world building part of HPL. Presumably so they didn't have to bust their chops to come up with any new entities. They were just like, Serpent and Yig did it.
Yeah, no, that's the thing that's killing me right now. It's just like, You just bolted on basically Japanese culture onto other things and tried to make it work, and it's just looking like a fucking hot mess to me. Just listening to you, just like what?
And I know that the lost continent of Mu is supposed to be in the Pacific. It's not really that's a different one. But like, there was a war between the Deep Ones and the Serpent Men in the Pacific or some shit. Billions of years of history. But also that doesn't mean that you have to like connect those together, right?
Right.
And there's like other kind of like they really try to like, you know, I mean, I appreciate it because like the effort they actually like try to talk about different Buddhist and Shinto ritual elements and like all those different things going together, but it's also like, but why though? You don't like, part of the thing about the mythos is that most of that shit doesn't work. It's just like I said, I feel like they were really trying to go for that weeaboo audience and like get people in for like Japan shit, and then they were like, oh fuck, we're Chaosium, we have to also Call of Cthulhu this. And they don't even go with the fact that, you know, I don't know, Rillier is in the fucking Pacific Ocean. Like, Big C is sleeping down there.
Honestly, I'm thinking FGO did a better fucking thing with those fucking mythos, but it's all like, oh yeah, Hokusai just met Big C. There you go.
Yeah. No, Hokusai met the Lord of the Dark Waters just off the coast somewhere, because he's supposed to be chilling out there, like I said, right?
Right.
And it lets you make the joke about, you know, Dream of the Fisherman's Wife and stuff in a different context. You should have, like, I feel like obviously they were trying to get away from that, but what I would have done was I would have been like, hey, yo, so you know how Deep Ones can interbreed with humans? I don't know, maybe they were afraid, given the like, source material for, like, Shadow over Innsmouth, people would think that was racist, and not the, oh yeah, modern Japanese people are descended from an ethnically and magically pure high humans from a different island who were allies with the ancient serpent men. Really? That doesn't read as weird to you? They also have some commentary about, like, esoteric Buddhism and some other stuff. Like I said, one of the Mythos tomes is The Sixth Ring by Miyamoto Musashi. It teaches you spells like Perfect Throw and gives you, like, 20 percentiles in martial arts. Oh! Too powerful for humans! And I'm just like, oh my god, just... Guys, calm down. I am a giant weeb, but I think this is overplaying it. So yeah, like I said, I just started scrolling through this book for inspiration because on like wikis and stuff, because Amaterasu is a, you know, positive deity generally, she's listed as an elder god, like on the Lovecraft wiki, and I'm like, oh yeah, where's that from? Oh, Secrets from Japan. Do I have that? Oh, I do have that. Let me actually dig through that, and I'm just like, oh my, I am just in a sourcebook whirlwind of just like, wow. Fucking special skills for meditation. Like, some of it is good. Like, they do have some deep dives on some Buddhist concepts, the different realms, you know, explaining the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, because, man, this is, like, 05, Wikipedia barely exists kind of shit, right?
Right.
But, like, again, where they actually, like, leave actually describing historical stuff is when we get very weird. There's also a very, I mean, once again, I appreciate this. There's a very thorough list of costs for, at least in 05, how much yen it costs to buy things in Japan. That's nice. You know,
did they
buying
actually,
I just cellular phone.
I just want to know how much research they actually did into making this book before they actually decided to go ahead and write it.
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, this is, you know, over 15 years old, but it's just like, I started scrolling through it for inspiration because, like I said, and I'm just like, wow. I could probably do some weirder bullshit. Like, I could have you guys run into you know, the descendant of a Japanese family of yokai hunters. By the way, that's one of your investigator backgrounds. You can be a hereditary yokai hunter. It's very anime.
I mean...
I don't know how that fits in... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. There are some really good horror animes, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
They shouted out Devilman, right? Like...
Right.
You could do some Devilman shit in Cthulhu. But also, it's not quite the same, right?
Well,
I
don't-
assume this may actually no. I don't. I think because it's got some interesting political commentary in there, or some works about certain religious things. I don't actually know if they ever published Secrets of Japan in Japan. That may have been what they were going for, because we've discussed this before. Call of Cthulhu is actually like really big in Japan. It's very popular with groups mostly of women at home playing slower investigator type games, because it's not. Unlike a lot of D&D, there's no need to bust out like miniatures or anything, and it's very easy and designed for self-contained adventures, which works with obviously the crazy Japanese work and school schedule. And like we said, there are some greats of horror anime and manga, right? And movies as well. J-horror is a well-established subgenre. Do some grudge shit. Yeah, like I said, I do believe it is also partially because of the heavy emphasis on one-shots. I mean, they do have some stats for like the different realms, and you can run into like you can cast Summon Bind Tengu and stuff. But yeah, no, like I said, it was just I started reading and I was just like, wow, this is a rabbit hole. Reading old source books, even from the early 2000s, can be such a tripsome. But yeah, so that was just like I said, I skimmed over that for inspiration. I was just like, wow. But as I yawn and as we go into hour 3, we have at least one more big tabletop thing we probably should talk about.
Be inside.
Yeah, so I guess that would be. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's 7:05. Jesus. Did I log into FGO today? I should double check that. Hang on.
Yeah, it's probably important. We got more login stuff coming. I know I'm looking.
Hang on 1 second while I make sure to do that.
Let's see. Well, look, he's. Actually, yes, there was one more thing. I'm mostly going to be quiet about Legend of Vox Machina for now until that second season comes out. But I would like to remind everybody, or let them know, in addition to obviously the episodes all being out on Amazon, apparently Critical Role did a kind of like watch-along thing, like every week on their Twitch. That's also they posted VODs on YouTube. If you watch the series or if you're interested, I recommend checking those out. The final one especially was great. They introduced her as Grey Griffin, but I've talked about her before. She plays one of the main villainesses, and also that's Azla's voice actress and a lot of other roles. So she's on the couch with 4 other of the voice actors of Critical Role. So it's just like an hour of them watching episodes of a thing they're in and telling VA stories, which are great. Like at one point, Travis Willingham talks about how he learned from Fred. Oh, how did he say his last name? Tusciore? Who you would our fan base would probably remember as a guy who does voices in Metal Gear, but also does a lot of other stuff. He learned how to do underwater line reads from him. Apparently, you like speak or shout, and then you vibrate your lips with your finger, and it makes you sound kind of watery. And like it's just like an hour of that. Like they're done with the season. It's a bunch of voice actors sitting around. They got Gray in, and they're having fun. So check that out. Also, I watched a clip of this. Not to undersell the actual actors and voice actors they got for it, but there is a Japanese dub of Legend of Vox Machina, which is pretty trippy. They got some, much like with Ruby, they got some serious hitters in there to do some of the voice work, and it's pretty great. So if you ever wanted to see how the other side lives, check out the Japanese dub as well. It's I mean, they as you would expect from professionals, they go full send.
Seem strong now, but
Her machines took
But
out
okay.
my entire squad.
remember the vision.
He has checked his FGO login.
The old ones didn't choose their fight.
It's another
but
Tanaka
still,
thing. They got a lot of
stood
mohawks and like
firm.
feathered hair looks. It's very
They
interesting.
didn't falter.
Everybody has a nice aesthetic.
Aesthetic. But
Wild Towns, y'all.
so we've been working at length at the what is I'm calling is the
Wildfire, who defeated Regala's champion at Barren Light.
being a redhead is apparently something crazy to these people.
You are known to us.
I mean, it is a recessive gene trait, so
Chaplain of the Lowland
eh.
Clan.
Yeah. So I've been working on the Wild Talents campaign. I'm calling it the Grand Voyager campaign because this is the fictitious Pacific Northwest city that everyone is going to be working out. It is called Grand Voyager City.
Yes.
It's completely and utterly ostentatious, but whatever. I'm not great at naming things. I'm really
we're playing
not.
a supers game. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. And I there's one thing. If there's something I am weak at, I'm very bad at naming things. So
Hey, listen, I had to talk some people through my naming process, which is go on behind the name and hunt for themes.
Old ones.
It's real easy. This is how I do most of my writing.
There used to be
That or I just think of a name that sounds
Over the
good.
years, that is why
Like for sci-fi names, that's easy. For Star Wars, I've talked about this. I just smash syllables together.
Why does
We are at
The
war.
Uthkask Brayson.
I'm not here to fight a war?
The
But I won't try to persuade
Wallygagamadu
What
jungles.
does it mean?
Yeah, that's Star
We will
Wars.
not last our youth,
Perfect.
study the
Thank you.
visions, and share their wisdom with our young.
But yeah, so
To be a true warrior
I
and to know what you can see for yourself.
I don't remember.
Right.
I mostly say this because I don't necessarily want to go over ground that I think people have already heard, but I don't remember if I said this on our Faffing It Let's Talk, but much like how with character concepts and plans for sessions when he's a player, as a prospective GM, Lucky occasionally ambushes us in the middle of the day with world building. So that has been ongoing throughout the week.
punch.
Interesting. Just kind of like a hologram tank.
You know, this is I'm deciding to do ether first this time.
Okay.
The 10 were dedicated soldiers, working together.
Oh man,
as
there's a lot of stuff
squad
here.
and sharing.
Honestly, unfortunately, I gotta pause here. I gotta take a break here for a second, because I'm getting the fidgets.
All right.
So
It's
I
fine.
will
We've
be
been going for 3 hours. You've been sitting down.
yeah. So give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Hello, chat. I'll roll audio on me. Usually I leave Lucky alone, but hi, how you doing? You having fun? You enjoying 3 hours of Horizon Forbidden West? I hope you enjoyed my 15-minute tirade about secrets of Japan, but like I said, I was bamboozled. I think actually the Trail of Cthulhu sourcebook is much better for mining ideas because that's full of weird aside concepts for stuff.
And when the time came for battle, they
Oh,
took
the scale?
the
Yeah, no, I'm not
skies
repeating that
and
conversation
reached
though.
the
I
glory.
already subjected all the other people in
All
the
to
thing
not
to it, so
seek
you'll have to go
follow
back
their
and
example.
you'll have to go back and check the VOD X or the audio.
One of the few things the clans had in common.
Just had this commentary about being redundant, but I see Lucky's moving around again. So
No, I'm back. I just wanted to, get up for a second and take a bio real quick. But so we're doing Grand Voyager City, GVC, excuse me. Which is
one of
basically
the other one's a shopping network.
yeah. So, again, basically, I took like a lot of the districts of Seattle, and I'm reflavoring and recoloring them. This, like I said, I'm doing the world building, but I think I've talked about Hey, what's this?
Soldiers in a jungle. Those were the 10?
What's this?
Yes.
What's this?
Sorry.
There's white shit everywhere.
All right, yeah, no, I have to. If you want me to talk, I actually have to pause. Fuck.
That's fair, but
So
listen, I can't vamp about your campaign setting.
no, but this is
That's
usually.
a big thing we have to talk about. I did my diatribe when I rambled about Secrets of Japan for no reason.
Yeah, no. But unfortunately, I can't play a game and give actual discussion and thoughts on my campaign because that takes 2 out of the 3 brain cells I have. Responding to Omega only takes 1, and I can use those other 2 to play the game.
I think I mentioned this. I still haven't, for instance, been chewing through the Gideon audiobook very much while playing Horizon because often I have conversations with characters where I need to think about and understand lore, and I'm just like, hold on.
Yeah. So, in GVC, Grand Voyager City is basically a fictitious Pacific Northwest metropolis, and I've been sharing information with players as we go because I want them to not necessarily have everything thrown at them at once, and I want to give them stuff to work on and think of, and maybe establish connections. So, actually, let me pull up my little document here. So, like, I'm not completely done with all the districts. I've only got, like, the commercial districts done. I haven't done any of the residential districts yet, but, like, so we have several notable city districts. Like, I made the Central District, which is basically, like, the commercial and financial hub. Downtown Voyager, that's where you go down to find all the trendy shops. The industrial sector, you know, that's where you find all, you know, the smokestacks and big warehouses and all that crazy stuff. International District. Yep. International District, self-explanatory. University District, self-explanatory. The Waterfront, self-explanatory. And West Hills, which is the fancy, you know, vineyards and orchards kind of place where people go look to feel sophisticated and stuff. So I'm trying to basically build this idea
of
a
place we never go.
So I'm trying to build.
That was true in MHR as well. I also made like a cool side area where all the rich people are. I think other than the one time you guys went through the underground tunnels and then came up in an abandoned McMansion, I don't think you guys ever went there.
Probably not. Well, again, like at the level of the game, like I wouldn't expect you to, but like I said, I'm trying to make something cohesive and just in case. Who knows? Maybe sometimes these fucking orphans are gonna do something, and some celebrities like come to my McMansion, and you're gonna go have to see how the other side lives, and they'd be all like, "What the fuck? This nerd? How dare?" I don't know, but. Also, I'm going to be, like, putting in, like, several residential districts just of, like, probably, what was I thinking? Like, 1 upper, 2 middle, 2 lower, like a total of 5 districts. And the facility, which full name is the Grand Voyager City Private Orphanage Freedom House, just known as the facility by the kids.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it on my character sheet as the facility.
Yeah. This is going to be in one of the lower districts, and this is where the game is going to start and center around in this first arc, I want to say. Because like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with writing full campaigns. I'm usually good at doing like little one-shots or little scenarios here and there, or coming up with something completely off the seat of my pants. I did that for one game where it was like, people was like, hey, do you want to like GM for a bit? Because you seem to... I do this thing, like, I will world build as a player, and once in a while a GM will be all like, oh, you seem to have some grants, will you just take the controls here? I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll just wing it. And I can do that, but I'm not necessarily good at writing a full thing. Like, right now, I have a beginning, and I have an end. Like, those are the 2 points I've established, and everything else is basically going to have to be determined in play, like, through actions and consequences. Which I'm a little leery about, so one of the things I definitely did is I went and... for lack of a better word, harassed players into talking about their characters and what their interests were. I didn't necessarily need full dossiers, but I need to know what kind of people they were and what their interests were so I could make plans accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it looks like I'm not sure if Dallas actually wants in or not. He seemed to have some inkling.
Yeah, he had some idea from Wild Talents, and he said this before. He's a big old Mutants and Masterminds guy.
Yeah.
So I know he likes soup, but we'll see what happens.
But I got 4. So I'm like, okay, no, like, I can do something. So we got Mel, the goth girl with bad habits, bad attitude, and a nose for mystery. That's Omega's character. Gabrielle, a punk that rides well, fight well, and despite its looks, means well. That's Aaron's character. Seth, good with his hands, but not good at picking his friends. That's Act. By the way, that was probably the most hassling I had to fucking do, because unfortunately Axe has this problem of getting ideas and then not listening to anyone else until people start yelling at him about it.
Yeah, well, it's more just like Axe has what he has in mind, and that's what he's got in mind, and it's hard unless somebody like grabs him by the handlebars and like rotates him around for him to focus on another point. So sometimes we gotta like be like, okay, no, but seriously, Axe, this point right here, this zone. And sometimes he's like, I got nothing, and then we keep poking at the point until he comes up with something.
Yeah.
Or agrees on something.
Mm-hmm. And then we got Lost character Remy, a kind puppeteer that lets action speak louder than words. Like,
I am very proud of Loth for actually making the puppet thing seem less like a gimmick and like an actual fucking character tick.
Oh, no, yeah, no, like, I think I mentioned this, like, when he first said it, I was like, Loth, but then he turned it around. I'm like, no, this is good. I like this.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, with Axe, like I said, we did some poking, but we actually did get something. Did something that I'm like, okay, no, I can work with this. Because with all their interests and stuff, you know, I definitely have ideas for, like, you know, I want to say street level factions. I say factions. I don't want to necessarily say enemies, because depending on what people do, you know, friends can become allies, allies become friends. You know, neutral parties can become hostile, and, well, hostile parties can become murderous. You know, and so I did
put 6 dice in my murdering power.
Yeah. So I want to basically set factions in there that players can interact, and that they would have reasons to want to interact with them. I actually haven't written them down, but like starting off right now, we have 3 street gangs, each which have a particular niche. I want to say, like, we have a gang that deals with smuggling, illegal rations, and Grand Theft Auto. We have another one that deals with gambling, prostitution, and drugs. And then we have a third that basically are just thugs, higher muscle, protection rackets, and you know, other such low-level things. And the way that the character dynamic has built out, the Grand Theft Auto gang, the drive fast, steal fast gang are probably the most quote unquote friendly with the characters, as some have some ties with them and whatnot. What that means, probably not the best thing. They, like I said, they're probably expecting you to do things for them and, you know, not ask too many questions about them so you can stay in their quote unquote good graces. The second gang is probably more neutral, as they are running a business. I use that word lightly, but, you know.
And while hypothetically, like, they could get us involved, you said recently, like, talking about our age range, you know, it's like 16 to 19, right? Like, we have to have an excuse to still be at the orphanage.
Yeah.
Mel is probably like 17 going on 18. Because I don't want to be able to legally buy my cigarettes yet. It's part of my character quirk, and why I have 1D in stealth. But like those are not necessarily areas where you try to grab orphans with no money, right?
Right.
And then to further iterate, to keep the plot rolling, I think you also said that the third gang is probably going to be starting kind of not necessarily hostile, but antagonistic to us. They're going to try and be like bothering us for, you know, their money and stuff.
Yep. You know, run the protection rack. You know, getting you to pay that protection money, because you guys probably don't, because you probably don't have enough. You know, they might shake down the orphanage, maybe, you know, cause a ruckus here and there. And how
one of the reasons why I have 3 dice in brawling.
And all that other stuff. So no, I've definitely established some street level threats, because like I said, I'm doing this as a low level game. We're doing 200 point buy with a soft cap, which is basically native die of nothing higher than 3, which is above average.
Yes.
So
now I did notice, not to distract too much from this, but while I did a character build with the 200, I figured I'd, you know, poke it and see what happened, get a feel for it, and I was able to come up with what I think is a final build. Might swap around some of my miracle stuff depending on how we feel about things, but I, you know, kind of just went with first draft on some of those ideas. But with 200 points, I found that I was able to, and the limit on 3 dice, I was able to come up very comfortably. I did realize that there's a weird thing about wild talents. So normal humans have in stats 1D to 5D rating.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of implied you have to get at least 1 die in it.
If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the first die is free.
Intrinsic, I did not find any reference to that. I was trying to find that earlier. So I'm pretty sure no matter what you do, you have to pay 5 points to have a die in.
No, because then that goes against the fucking, you know, the no stat quality. Like
yeah, that's what I thought. That's also 5 points. It's really weird. But the language, at least in Essentials, I know there's something.
I gotta like. Do we have like?
Like I said, if we can find a reference, I think some people like. Did Aaron actually find a reference sheet?
Like, let me. I know there's something,
because the way that the Essentials edition, which we've normally been operating out of, though Aaron did have the second edition, which is just, it's a little cleaner. It changes up some of the costs for stuff. For instance, interference costs 3 points, which is nice.
Where is the hacking?
Okay, this just has the cafeteria, some dice definitions and stuff. But the way it says with skills is skills are also rated 1D to 5D, but obviously you don't start with 1D in a skill you don't buy. Math-wise, based on the pre-gens of characters, it seems like they're counting for the first die in there. So I think it just might be a weird math thing. I'm going to be real with you. After buying my skill points, I don't know what I'm going to do if I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 6. So no. 30 points back. I don't know what I would do with that. Like, the fact that we have the soft cap actually makes it work within the context of the 200 points, right?
Right.
So, it is just 30 points out of your build. It's a little frustrating, but I think it works out okay. I'm not sure. If you want to figure out, if you want to, work on it, you can, but I think that's how the math is supposed to go in the game, so...
I mean, if it is, it is. Like I said, you were able to make a working character with it. I'll go and
I literally had 15 points left over, so I bought the intrinsic mutable because, I don't know how we're going to do that in play. We've talked about this before. I do think that it's even true in the second edition. I also bought a shitload of extra points in base will. Wild Talents is weird. It really thinks you should have a lot of base will and willpower and special qualities that cost money, or cost points anyway, so that you can do more things to spend more base will, which is kind of at odds with the way the rate of EXP gain worked, at least the way it was outlined in, Essentials Edition. So I was just like, I don't know how Lucky's going to run that. The way I handled it in MHR was after we actually figured out what the fuck Mutable did was I was just like, nah, fuck it, you're all mutable. You guys can buy new miracles without needing to pay 15 points for that ability. But for my character, I'm like, I explicitly want part of Melanie Marshall, a.k.a. Fantoma, which is, I think, Spanish for phantom, possibly French. It might be French. It's a romance language. That's probably what she goes by online. She's very goth. I explicitly want it to be part of her character arc that she keeps discovering new, freakier powers, which probably don't help her life. Like I said, I would eventually like to be able to maybe buy minions to summon ghosts to do things, or it's gonna be expensive, but the intangibility power, to actually become ghosts. Which is not the ghost power. The ghost power in the Miracle Cafeteria is astral projection. You leave your body behind and you send your astral projection out. I might also take that one too instead of intangibility, because being intangible is fucking expensive, even if I take the attacks off it. But I wanted that to be a thing of Mel thinks she understands all this goth shit, right? She understands, death and darkness and stuff, man. But she doesn't, so that's kind of, like I said, where I want her character arc to go, to be oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep finding new freakier things I can do. Does this help my life? No, not really. So I went with investing extra points in base will and mutable. Some of my stuff is variable. Like I said, I picked paranormal as my source. I could technically go psi as well. But I don't know, I figured I was kind of mystic. We seem like we've got a lot of people going in a slightly more mystical, magical bent. Would you agree, Lucky?
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, so I figured I would go with paranormal power. My permissions are power theme.
Power theme's the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, because so long as you have a theme of your powers you can articulate to the GM and you can agree on, you can buy whatever you like. So, power theme, ghost powers. My archetype is called Ghost Detective. I started with 2 miracles. I have 10 dice in my medium power, which has 2 useful levels, Ghost Talker and Perceive Ghosts. I also did a thing that the Miracle Cafeteria and some other characters I've made have done, where I put little descriptions of what my power is supposed to do and what it means mechanically. I don't necessarily expect these other guys who haven't done that with Wild Talents to do that as well, but if you can follow my guideline, I'm sure both yourself and Lucky would appreciate actually understanding what these powers mean. I know that was a thing in MHR. I sometimes had to ask people, okay, so I understand the stats, but what the fuck does this power do?
Yeah.
So for Mel, I outlined it. Useful Ghost Talker lets her communicate with ghosts, and the Perceive Ghosts power lets her sense ghosts and other spirits of the dead. Possibly other spirits, depends on how much leeway Lucky gives me, but usefuls are supposed to be specific. I did clarify it is a ranged ability. It is psychic in nature, so only Mel sees and hears ghosts. If she decides to talk out loud, you can hear her side of the conversation, but it is not required. There's no like if-then verbal components. She can completely psychically talk to ghosts. I expect for her own sanity, she will probably, and to involve other players, she will probably speak to ghosts out loud, but it's specifically said to be psychic in one way. And you talked about this. I went with 10 dice because I like the idea that through like penalties, it could be more variable, but I went with reduced capacities because I did want it to be ranged. But Wild Talents, we've talked about this before, I'm sure, on past episodes. Wild Talents' scaling is wild. Like, if you have 10D in a ranged power and no other capacities, your range is, I think it's exactly a mile.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's 5,000 something yards. So I'm pretty sure it's 1 mile. And I'm like, okay, I want to have a nice dice pool. At 10D, you're basically guaranteed to get at least one match, probably. But you don't know what that match is. It might be 2 1s or it might be 2 10s. You know, like I said, I like the chaos as opposed to buying like 2 or 3 hard dice in a power, so it always worked, but it's short range. You know, sometimes I might have to concentrate and work on it. I can always like upgrade to hard dice or wiggle dice later if I really want to. But so I took reduced capacities because like I don't want to talk to every ghost within a mile radius. You know, a couple of football fields is fine.
Oh, those
because like again, I kind of figured that like narrative-wise, that gives you some wiggle room. You can be like, you pick up on a ghost in the area, you can speak to them, but I'm not necessarily standing right next to that ghost, right?
Right.
Which is where a, like, 2 HD power would be, I would have to, like, be right on top of the ghost. So, you know, it gives me a little wiggle room. And then the other miracle I bought was Ghost Hands. Catch these Ghost Hands.
You can't.
Which is an attack and useful power. I had to do a little bit of stuff here because the math gets weird, because I wanted to make sure these were both touch only. It's very important, you know. Balancing, right? I want to nerf myself. So I had to futz around with the extras because, and I think with good reason in general, touch only is quite a pricey flaw. It's -2, right? Because if you think about it, yeah, touch only does kind of suck. If you can get range for free, that's like very limiting. I said this, like, the moment we run into bad guys who start throwing rocks at us, I am in a bad way. I have 1D in body. I cannot run very far very fast. I don't have any mobility powers. I'll probably have to, like, yell insults at them with my 3D in command and 1D in intimidation.
No, Mel won't, because Omega did not take mental strain with Mythit, which is something I might have suggested if you wanted to do that thing. No, Mel will not bleed out. They'll just have to deal with a bunch of maybe ghosts yelling at her.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted a little bit of range on my ghost radio, so I went with like reduced capacity so that I could roll the bigger dice pool, but not be like overwhelmingly ranged, but like a little bit of range. I occasionally want Lucky to be like, hey, maybe you should sense for ghosts nearby. Hey, there's a ghost like 5 blocks over. Okay, well, because where I have invested my loyalties and passions, I'm probably going to go see what that ghost's problem is. 4 points in Justice for the Dead, 4 points in Healing the Grieving, by the way. That's my thing. Lucky asked me why I put 3 in First Aid. I'm like, no, I've got themes here. But Ghost Hands it's an attacks level. To make the math work, I decided to go for non-physical as an extra, so like armor does not protect you. Static defenses don't protect you. These Ghost Hands. But it is limited to killing and touch only. I said that appearance-wise, it works out necrotizing. If I didn't already not need free points, I would love to take horrifying with it, but I'd already like. Also, I think one horrifying miracle does nothing. It's like, people have to roll like a set to not be freaked out by you. The difficulty is like 1s.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I found out where the black boxes go. It's trading for more shit.
Yay, more shit.
I don't want to give you any of this stuff because I don't know what I'm going to need. All right.
Oh, yards per mile is
If I
760,
find
so
more
that's
of those
several
items,
miles.
I'll
Jesus
bring them back
Christ.
to you.
Yeah, range 10 is bad news bears. Fuck. Again. I don't want to pin the spam messages, YouTube. Why is pin at the top? Why am I pinning comments in my live stream, huh? Give me my moderation tools first. Accessing hypotheticals, I will to my own spin on those anywhere. Because, like, I said this before to several guys. Wild Talents is a remarkably robust system. You can make a miracle that does whatever the fuck you want. Literally, the way useful works, anything that does not explicitly inflict damage or protect you from damage, you can just make it a useful power, and that can be anything. Right? Like the Miracle Cafeteria, which I love, explains how many different, like, perceive, useful. Speaking of ghosts, different useful. The only thing about useful is it's supposed to be specific.
Yep.
So, for instance, my useful on Ghost Hands is healing, touch only. To make the math work out so I wasn't losing points, I decided to also make it U+1, and I left it cost per die 2 anyway. I was like, I could take this down to 1, but fuck it. I can afford the points. I only went to 60. Like I said, I'm restraining myself. I could have made this cost 1 per die and took it to 10 dice, but I didn't. I decided not to. So, like, you know, at touch range, she does width and killing. At touch range, she does width +1 and healing, shock, and killing to the targeted hit location. And I believe the way Miracle Healing works is it does bleed up.
Yep.
So, yes, Mel is much more efficient at fixing people than killing people. But if I slap you in the head with my Ghost Hands, you gonna die.
Yeah.
He served his clan, his tribe.
And, like, killing damage to your limbs is still bad. I believe if your limb fills up with killing, that limb is... It's not gone because I didn't take disintegrating. But, like, that doesn't come back unless you get miracle healing.
Thank you again, Aloy. Strike true.
So, yeah. Like I said, I was cautious with my miracles. I have a lot of ideas. I probably had the points for, like, another miracle, but I'm like, I don't want to get crazy. I'll just stick with the 2 I knew I wanted to start with. I can be team healer. You know, like I said, miracle healing is very important. Medical bills take a long time, and we don't got no money.
Nope.
So that means in a fight, I have a utility role as well as a probably not primary damage dealer, but I can deal damage, and I have a utility power that does the thing I want to do, which is I'm about ghosts. My thing.
They weren't.
I did also put 3 points. I invested 3 points of my base will in loyalty to the facility. So, you know, Mel cares a little bit.
I mean, 3 points is not a small amount.
No, it's true. I mean, like I said, I bought a lot of my base will is 11, which I believe is slightly like I think 5 to 10 is above average for a powered individual or about average for somebody with superpowers. So like, as you might expect from a character I've talked about who had a near-death experience, Mel is willful. I did put 3 die. I maxed out command plus stability, my sanity roll. Like,
What's this one about?
you know. When you've stared into the steely grip of death itself, you have viewpoints on things.
But against all odds.
And honestly, like I said, I didn't find
So the desert
like with the
claims us
role playing
same.
constraints and the soft cap. I found picking my skills very easy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I went with 1D in body.
Territory on the way here.
Mel is a noodle.
I did.
Yeah, no, she's 17 and she smokes. She's got to be like super skinny goth.
They take that as a compliment.
With 1D in body, I can lift 50 pounds. Actually, let me pull out the actual book. Let me list for the audience at home if y'all don't know, because we've talked about this before. But Wild Talents is a very granular system. They have very specific rules for lots of things. So I would not necessarily recommend it for like everything, but for a supers-based game, it definitely gives you the numbers you want to figure stuff out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. 1D in body is you can lift 50 pounds over your head. I can throw 6.2 pounds, 10 yards. I can sprint 8 yards, so 8 miles per hour. A little slow, but not bad. I can jump a maximum of 2 yards and jump half a yard up. So, like, not impressive, but, you know, functional.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah, in my quick look, I couldn't actually find anything about that first point being free. It's weird.
Yeah, it's just I think you're just expected to pay the 5 points, one way or another. It's not perfect, but you know. Oh God, Axe, you're the. Okay. You're saying you want to do metal stuff. Okay. I'm like, Axe has gone through like 5 different powers he wants to do, which is another problem. And it's just like, I mean, the powers aren't everything, but I cannot help you generate miracles, and Lucky can't help you generate miracles unless you fix it in. Yeah, Mel is good at. I don't know if she plays sports, but I put 3 points in because I talked about like I said, Lucky's been grilling us about our hobbies and stuff. So I'm like, okay, so what does Mel do? She's very goth. She's big into like death and stuff. So she probably reads a lot of gothic literature in the library of the facility. And also, I knew I wanted to do the fucking like Constantine thing of like Mel smokes. She's not legally allowed to buy cigarettes, but she smokes. And, you know, the facility, like, confiscates her cigarettes if they catch her smoking, so she's recently got into urban exploration so she can find new places to smoke privately and also to contemplate the void of the universe or something.
I am not here to fight for you. I need
so, like, I went full 3D in athletics. That means I roll 4 dice to, like, climb, swim, jump, that kind of shit. 1 dice in endurance just so I have 2 dice to roll, but Mel doesn't have a good endurance. She smokes.
Now I name mine.
Like 1D in block, because that's a separate skill in this. 3DS in brawling, like I said, she goes into... she takes self-defense classes. She's scrappy. She's probably been in a few scrapes, you know?
I don't have a price.
This guy's face thing is weird.
I'm here to save lives more than you can count.
Is that like sticking out of his face, or is that a thingy wear?
No, I think it's attached because he has that rope.
Whose lives hang in the balance, I will fight for them. I will
Big
kill
Hat Man.
who threatens the peace.
This is the king that the Farfels don't talk about. He's intense.
The chamber below.
Yeah.
So by that logic, what's stopping me from killing you right now and taking what I need to
Talking
save
about shit.
everyone?
Did he tell you why he didn't murder that one lady who came back to murder all of his friends?
You could try.
Seems like kind of a bum move, dude.
You might even succeed. Either way, you must fight.
But yeah, like I said, I found the 200 points fairly comfortable. Like, if you had let us go all the way to 5D in stats and skills, I've done this before. You run out fast.
Oh yeah.
Like if we were playing full ass adults who were supposed to be like really good at stuff, it would be a little tight. But I think with the soft cap it worked out. I got everything in skills I wanted and got some decent levels. My pool size is relatively capped. I can only roll like I said at most 60 for most things. But it works out, and you know it's 1-to-1 for EXP in session to build points. Basically, what you did in character gen. So like, it's really easy to translate stuff. If I can justify it, I can technically take hyper stats and hyper skills. Probably mostly hyper skills, though. I don't know. I could buy hypersense dice maybe as like a ghost thing. I probably wouldn't bother though.
You must go north.
But maybe hyper skill dice in interrogation or intimidation works.
Ghost.
I did put 1D in intimidate and 3D in command, so like, you know, Mel's sassy. She's ornery. 1 die in leadership.
He was maimed at Barren Light.
I put, if you want to know character traits, I put charm at 2D, which is, you know, fairly average for a human. You know, 1D is like slightly below average normally. I mean, you can put 2s in everything.
I mean, also Axe.
If you want to excel at something, I would say go for a 3, but like that's the average.
Yeah, Axe. Remember, if you're average at everything, that means you're good at nothing.
Yeah,
and you're not like trust me, Axe. I'm mean. I will keep track of how many rolls you're succeeding at. And if you're somehow succeeding at everything on 4 fucking dice, I'm gonna have some serious fucking questions for you.
I mean, I think it's pretty hard to fake dice with one roll engine because you have to make up pairs.
Oh yeah.
If you just say I rolled 4 10s every time, we know you fibbing. I have some lovely sharp-edged game science dice, which I use for one roll engine. I bought 10 D10s for this exact purpose.
But like I said, Axe, you're not going to be able to do everything, so don't just.
There are. I will say I do appreciate the second edition, which apparently came out in the early 2010s. That explains why I didn't have it already, because, like I said, I was running out of essentials sometime after that second printing in 2008. So that's how fucking. Again, remember, I talked about this last week. My Wild Talents campaign was so old, 2012 was in the future.
Also, Axe, like, base cost, like, I'm not sure what you mean by base cost 2 and everything. Like, explain that to me. Like, I hear you say base cost 2, I'm thinking you want basically 2 in all stats and skills.
Oh, he only says stats. You probably don't. You probably can't afford to get 2 in every skill.
Well, probably
Nor
not.
should you, because there's a lot of different esoteric skills. Oh, I mean, math-wise, just assume you're going to buy 2. I mean, listen, Axe, I'm just like, however you do your character build math, that's on you, buddy. I do a literal tally. There's a section when I loosely copied the character sheet into a Google Doc, which is plain text, and there's just a section called point total, and I literally just put 200 in there. I put a slash mark before it, and I just counted up. I started with my stat cost. I factored in the fact that everything is 1, and I have to pay for that 1, and then I went from there, where appropriate. So, like, you're going to have to track your own thing. I mean, you mentioned this earlier. You might not actually solidify your math until, like, a session 0. I'd like for you to do that ahead of time. Me, personally. I don't know about Lucky, but, like, that's a lot of math. There's a lot of numbers. You gotta account for 200 literal points. 200 literal numbers of math.
I guess then there's positive, there's negatives.
Yeah, you have to calculate your extras and flaws, which you'll probably want some. Like, I mean, you can buy powers straight out of the cafeteria and flavor them, but for the most part, it's, you got to think on that. You have to read all the paragraphs about what that means. Like, if you were going to be metallic, if you're going to be Magneto, that's control. Control metal, I think that's an ADU by default. It's probably fairly expensive because you want to control something physical, so you need both mass and range. And unless you buy an extra, you have to split the difference. So, now they do have a cool extra. Like I said, they did some modification to the extras and flaws in the 2nd edition, which I like. Like, one of them is, I believe it's called high capacity. So high capacity means if you buy the high capacity, whichever capacity you pick, that's always at max for your die pool size. You don't have to split it if you have multiple capacities. So, for instance, if you have high cap mass
beneath the throne. You went in
power that is both mass and range, you are always treated as using your full mass.
What exactly is
and then your range can depend on that based on your dice. So it's kind of interesting. But you can only get 1 high capacity. Or I guess you can buy multiples. I think it's 1.
Axe, what do you mean by illegal choices, by the way?
Clan must send contestants whenever I call for the ritual. These contestants.
Like, because
I mean, yes, technically. Also, to your question about flaws, yes, technically you can. If you want to pay the difference cost, you can buy off a flaw later.
You called them.
You don't have to do that because usually you're doing flaws for flavor. Unless your power is, like, really OP and fucky, in which case Lucky will probably be like, no, please don't take non-physical, disintegrating, what are the other bullshit powers? Burn, engulf, area. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, this character sheet seems okay, but I don't know anything about doing it with a spreadsheet. I have always only ever done anything in plain text.
The other marshals wanted, but I found I could not hurt Lord.
Let me roll. So what do we got? 3. So, like, say if I was rolling my stability pool.
Well, honestly, Alex, I don't think you can really necessarily mess up the stats and skills. Those are pretty straightforward. Where math truly happens is when you're making powers.
Yeah, literally, I had a conversation with Aaron about, we were trying to track down, like, how much it costs for a miracle die and then qualities, and I was like, okay, I found it. It's 2 to start with.
Yep.
And then to increase the level of that quality is 1 per plus. But if you want to add a new quality, that's still 2 per die. And, like, it's just going down that rainbow. And, like I said, I have very simple powers. I mean, they're not the simplest because they're not 1 quality per power. But I have one that's an A, U plus 1. Which, actually, that's not width plus 1. It's width and then I eat a gobble die, I think is what that does.
Loyalty
I'm
and
better
those
against
bound.
penalties.
Rather than mercy, she took it at.
Why send me?
I mean, it's pretty simple if you know the math. You just set out the levels and you pick the bits. Your main problem will be trying to, like I said, figure out what your miracles are going to be and then go from there. The weirder you want to be, the more fucky it gets. Like, if you can describe your superpower, like, straight out of the cafeteria, perfect. If not, you have to, like, branch out a little. Forgot how hard to read my pitch black, not colored in numbers game science dice are, but let's see. 6. So far, looking like got a... No, okay, that's 2 2s. Yeah, 2 2.
I know in Wild Town,
once again,
they actually have a chart.
They have the chart, yeah, the bell curve chart.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about that. I appreciate that deeply. Like, they let you know that your odds of getting a match at 10D is like 99%. You can technically roll a straight. You can roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on 10 dice, but it's really fucking unlikely.
Hikaru said you have something for me.
Whereas on, you know, on 2 dice, you literally have 10% to make a match.
Many machines prowl along the way, and our
That 2 numbers will both come up the
sighted
same side.
Regala's rebels in the area.
Machines and rebels. Nothing I haven't faced before.
Indeed.
Yeah, Loth will probably be dealing with power focus, which is its own thing.
The chill air catches in your chest.
You can buy focus as just an extra to be like, my power is an external thing that I have to do stuff. But then there are focus-specific extras plus.
Ooh, a cleaving sharp shot bow. Ooh.
Cleave.
Hang on. It's a new sharp shot bow. Sick! It has the Terrablast arrows.
Yes! On sharp shot, yes! Fuck you! Your parts are mine!
Ugh, me.
Give me your bits.
But now I just gotta upgrade it. Ah!
Yeah, I know. You find something new and shiny, and then you're like, fuck upgrades.
Alright, so... With... Where was I? I was talking about this, but then Omega immediately took over and started talking all about their character. I'm just like, yeah, that happens.
Well, yeah, I was talking about some of the stuff, but then you seemed like you were sucked into the dialogue of the intense guy.
Yeah.
I paused a couple of times. But you were in the middle of... So you're talking about the gangs and stuff and, like, the different character themes.
Mm-hmm.
You walked through everybody's character notes that you wrote down about our characters.
Yeah, no, like, I don't need, like, full things, but I needed... I needed an anchor to your character so I can remind myself what your character is about.
Yeah.
Because, like, your character, you know, it's all going to be all about, like, ghosts and mysteries and detective shit. Maybe won't always be a murder, but something. With Aaron's character, you know, it's going to be, you know, probably street fights, and illegal racing. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with Loth yet, but I'm thinking it's probably going to be more facility-based. Because he did actually have a note about, you know, it's very good with taking care of people at the orphanage and whatnot. And
this is another thing that we talked about, right? Like the motivations aspect, loyalties and passions. Mm-hmm. The more base will you have, the more you have to invest in like your life and stuff. So, as a mechanic, Loth will have to have motivations for his character. Mm-hmm. So, and I believe it is encouraged that you have at least one in both. I've seen some pre-gen characters have multiple, so I split mine because my base will pull is kind of large. But he should have like at least one loyalty that might be the facility, and then we'll have, you know, a passion for something.
No, X, yours is not doing crimes and dumb shit, even though you have this overly negative. No, it's just going to be, I'm going to give you quote-unquote jobs. Probably from the gangs, because that's what you said your character probably does.
Yeah, we walked this through. I mean, I double-checked this. So it's you have to have? Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to have a 1-in-1. Okay. I think most of the pre-gen characters had at least 1-in-1. Some of them actually had it split up into multiples, and I'm like, oh, thank God. Because more character growth, and also I don't have to put, like, 6 points in something. That means I lose a lot of willpower if I fuck it up.
But no, X, like I said, your character, the way that you explained them, they don't seem to do a lot. They like to do jobs and make money for stuff that makes other people jealous. So I'm like, okay. That's what we're gonna...
The way Axe described his character was he was thinking of a, like... I don't want to say handyman. That's not quite right, because we're all, late teens.
Mm-hmm.
He's like... I think Axe even used the phrase, good with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
So, like... he talked about, like, fixing small electronics and stuff, and other things like that, but also, like, lockpicking. We're orphans.
Lockpicking, I think he said carjacking at some point.
Yeah, and, like, as a conflict point, it works out as, like, yeah, that means he picked these skills up and he uses them occasionally for the local gangs, but not, like, as a member.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth with him, you, me, Axe, occasional input from some of the others as well. Like, the impression I got from his character was just that he is skilled and he just likes helping people. So as you said, right, like, he's not great at picking his friends.
Right.
He helps people who need him to do something and ask him for help, and then just he does it, even though that might not be the best morally.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you said, that means he's probably gonna get calls to do things.
Yeah. Like I said, you're not gonna be like, you're not gonna be called to be like, I need you to murder this old woman. It's like, no, you're gonna be called to probably do like small B&Es, or maybe like boost a car, or who knows, maybe they'll have you stand watch while they're like someone's doing a job. And then that job's going to inevitably go horribly wrong, and you're going to have to, either, fight or flight.
All the while, once we're unified by being super powered, the other player characters are going to be like, hey, what are you doing, buddy? We've got, powers. We can do things now. Should we be boosting cars right now?
Yeah.
Maybe we should be trying to fund the bake sale for the facility.
Yeah, but then, if you start, blowing off the gangs and whatnot, they're going to start coming knocking around questions. Because, again, this is what I talked about, Axe. You have made a connection with the gangs. Gangs just don't let you walk away. That's disrespectful, don't you know?
Yeah. And Axe brought this up earlier. I talked about, I'm like, I think he's just obsessing over it because he's kind of gloomy, right? Axe is always like, oh no, am I fucking it up for everybody? And I'm like, no, Axe, it's fine. I told them the way you should think of it, and most player characters, if you're a player in an RPG, to talk about a little of our RPG philosophy stuff, remember, conflict is inevitable. If there is no conflict, there's no role-playing game. We're just jerking each other off, writing fan fiction in the basement. All right? Like, the story needs conflict to exist. It's not just world building for no purpose. So if your character generates conflict, that's something you are invested in. That is what you, Lucky, as the GM, were asking for, right?
Right.
You were asking for things for us to be invested. So that's fine, and that's not like... It's not some great issue of, wow, that guy was busy while you were gone.
Yeah, I know. He's just shitting out salvage, but that's fine.
Nah, it's pretty slick. But, like... That's just, like, what your character does. All the rest of us, I think you expressed it pretty well just then.
Yeah.
You want to make the facility better. So, yeah, and that, like I said, you said you like to fix electronics and stuff and fix things. And then the other stuff came as, like, a natural result of the handiwork. Is mechanics a skill?
I believe so.
I'm trying to remember if that's the name of the skill.
I think it's in mind.
Yes. So, Axe's character should probably have, well, for dice pool reasons, should have 2 or 3 in mind.
Yeah, and then just have 2 or 3 in mechanics. And that covers that.
Also, if he is picking locks and boosting cars, security systems, but that's a whole other... Skills, here we go. So, was that the... No, that was the character creation steps. Where am I in here? The unfortunate thing about this this second ed character sheet is it's got that oops, all bookmarks problem.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many fucking bookmarks. Okay. Mind skills. First aid, knowledge, language, medicine. I thought about, like, a knowledge occult, but I'm like, no, I'm like a goth. I don't actually know anything. I just read spooky books in the library. Navigation, research, security systems, streetwise survival tactics. Yeah, so there's no mechanics.
Really?
Yeah. That would probably have to be a... Okay, it is a knowledge type skill. Okay, it's listed in the list.
Oh, okay.
Knowledge type. Particular area of expertise, catch-all skill that can cover about anything not already listed. Examples. Computer systems, criminology, cryptology, demolitions, electronics, engineering, forgery, mechanics, surgery, archaeology, Bavarian court etiquette.
I love how they always put Bavarian court etiquette in there.
Yeah. I believe, Greg Stolze is one of the primary writers for this.
Okay, this
Also,
is...
by the way, I want to throw this out there. This is by Arc Dream Publishing. The 4 guys who wrote this, Dennis Detweiler, Greg Stolze, Kenneth Haidt, and Shane Ivey, they're also some of the big minds behind Delta Green, funnily enough.
Okay, Omega, I'm slightly upset with this Aether thing now.
What's going on?
Like, I went here to go here, I have to go all the way the fuck up here now.
God damn it.
Yeah, I know. When you do fucking Poseidon, you don't leave here. You just stay right here. It's all in this one spot.
So you just go to where Poseidon is. Well, if I get over-leveled by the time I actually make it out west, I might, yeah. Yeah, knowledge of vehicles probably works for your character.
Oh, yeah.
You might also be able to write that as just knowledge mechanics or knowledge engineering. I don't know. But yeah, like...
Well, if you say knowledge...
Have mind and some no skills.
If you have knowledge vehicles, I would say you know how to work on vehicles, but only vehicles. If you have knowledge mechanics, you probably can work
Or actually, it might even work out, like, you could cut it both ways. Sorry to cut you off. You were explaining mechanics. What you were thinking.
With mechanics, you would probably know how to fix vehicles, but you wouldn't be able to... You wouldn't know things like vehicle brands or being able to identify vehicles and whatnot. So there could be a little bit of overlap. You can pick your battles, but like I said, you won't be able to do everything with just, you know, one knowledge.
No, actually, I listed what those things would be, which is security systems. That's a separate mind skill. Avoid, bypass, and rewire the latest in security systems.
He literally just said it, and somehow you didn't hear it.
Axe is gonna be slightly annoyed by that, but this is an ongoing battle between me and him that he doesn't always pick up on everything I say. I have been told by some people that I am a mutterer in person. I do not always great at like dead-on conversation, and sometimes I soft speak. I try not to do that when I'm recording. I enunciate.
Well, maybe Axe is distracted, but I heard it while I'm still playing this damn game, so yeah.
I did a long list of, like, if you forgot one of the knowledges I listed, that's okay. I listed like 10 things. But security system was a separate skill I was figuring out. But what I was going to say, the brain blast I suddenly had was electronics and mechanics are listed separately. So, like, okay. Yeah, he's distracted. He's melting.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, no, see, that makes sense.
But, like, one of you could pick, like, electronics and the other might want to go for, like, mechanics and mechanical things. Like you said, there are merits to just knowledge vehicles as well. But, you know, it might make more sense for, like, Axe's character to have, like, electronics specifically if he's really about that electrical stuff. And then leave mechanics more to Aaron's type character, or at least vehicular stuff. And, like, you know, that makes different characters kind of your different roles. Obviously, you know, this is a role-playing game, ensemble cast, different roles. Like, the way my character worked out is, like, technically, I will survive a fight, right? Like, I have 4D in dodging and 4D in body plus brawl, so I can look after myself a scrap. I have an offensive power. I have decent dice pools in sensing things that are not ghosts. But mostly I am brain and also lie. Lie like a dog. Charm 2, lie 3. So I don't know if I'm the face character with only 2 in charm and 3 in lie, and 1D in persuade. But, like, I figure Mel's team role is, you know... I mean, I always fall into the den mother role anyway as a player. Like, I'm like, okay, everybody, let's move along. What do you want to do now? GM, is everything okay? Do we need to go somewhere else and do something else?
What's going on?
Close combat.
Ooh, that is a good question. What would you think, Lucky, about...
But fighting an enemy soldier
well, melee, like, I would not say gun. Melee, I mean, anyone can pick up a fucking stick and swing it.
Well, so melee weapon is a type skill. You can substitute a related weapon at a -1 penalty. Club, knife, bayonet, sword, axe, example. So melee club seems perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. Melee improvise.
Raised weapon type, you know, pistol, rifle, rocket launcher, submachine gun, tank gun, grenade, crossbow.
And what happens if I beat you?
Those are also, like, knowledge type skills. I do think, based on our situation, I don't think it makes any sense for any of us to start with any gun skills. I know I didn't take any ranged skills.
If someone wants to have a ranged skill, slingshot, go for it. Or sling.
I've heard of the Endor.
That's very on theme.
So kind of to knock
I'm sure we could figure out what the stats on that are.
I mean, it won't be doing as
Probably-
much damage as a gun, but pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I think most guns are like shotgun killing.
I forgot. Is throwing weapons ranged weapon?
Yeah, it says hand grenade on here.
Yeah, fucking like honestly, something I would fucking do like on a street level, fucking
Should you want to practice?
melee range and just put improvised. I pick up a bottle, I hurl it.
Yeah, that probably works. And then again, you can, with GM's permission, you can substitute a related skill. So like, for example, I believe the idea is like if you have 5D in pistol but no D in rifle, you understand the principles of firearms. You could shoot a rifle almost as good as you can shoot a pistol.
Yeah.
If you have improvised, ranged or melee, actually picking up like a club or throwing a rock or bottle, you'd be able to, or throwing a knife as opposed to a rock or bottle, I should say, you'd probably be in the right ballpark.
Yeah. So like, I would. Aaron, for your character, I definitely think you should probably pick up improvised combat things. Because I think that would fit your theme of very well of kind of a brawler dude. I know you say you're a punk and you're a good kid, but I'm sorry. You want to kind of be the tank and bruiser, you got to be a little scrappy, my dude.
I can't carry our scrappiness at body 1. Mel's not afraid to throw hands, but like it's not my primary purpose. I have no weapon skills, like I said. It's just punching and ghost touching.
Mm-hmm.
If you want somebody to not go crazy, I maxed out on that. I maxed out on the stability roll, which is usually your sand check for like, oh my god, you saw something horrible. Yeah, dude, I was clinically dead for like 2 seconds. It's fine.
What do you mean wrong input? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, right, shit, I've unlocked melee skills. I should go back to the guy in Chain Scrape. I think I can do Block Breaker.
Yeah, you gotta...
Try it with this one.
That's a mechanic, by the way, I haven't really dived into the, like, give him the energy juice and then shoot him.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now here, no matter how, like... You say that, but again, it's never bad to have a thing, because, again... Hitting things with gonna be your grit with your fist, but what happens when you run into a dude who might, have, like, be wearing, like, who might be wielding, a tire iron.
Yeah, and, I mean, I'll say this, given the power level, we're not really going to be working with, like, conventional arms and armor,
Yeah.
Like, that was something, for instance, Medieval Renaissance, I did a Wild Talents campaign before with Essentials. Lucky's played in it, so he knows, like, I think at one point, every one of you guys were, like, had like, Kevlar vests that were, like, army surplus, right? Like, everybody had, like, LAR 3 or HAR 1 because you guys were able to steal enough money and steal enough body armor that you were armored against mundane threats. Not accounting for the people who had hardcore defensive powers, straight up.
I don't know what this thing is telling me about wrong inputs. It's R1 to R2.
Are you holding it all the way for that combo?
Wait, hang on. Maybe it's just... Oh, it's the aerial slash. Okay, it's not the... Oh, the fuck? I'm sorry, I thought it was the aerial leap where you jump off someone. No, it's just the one where you gotta... Where you just go up into the air. Okay. It's not the hold one. I messed that up.
Listen, there are combos, but they are sometimes a little confusing because you just have 2 buttons. Whee! It's good to know. I don't even know if I knew there was a difference between the just leaping and the jump slash.
But no, like honestly, I think like if you want, it's good to have. Like I said, this is one of the reasons why I want only the 2 to the 3 because I want you guys to actually have some breadth of skills. So even if you just start like with like brawling, I would definitely if you have brawling, I would say at least start then maybe with improvised ranged. So you can...
I would also like to say this. Wild Talents is if you guys haven't looked at your possible skill lists, I think Aaron's already done like a rough draft 200, so there's that. But like if Loth ever listens to this for actually listening right now, if you look at the different stats you have linked to, hey, guess what? Much like D&D, different stats have more or less skills. your sense and charm skills, they'll be very easy to acquire. There's only 3 of those in each of them, right?
Good combination.
Like, by choice, I did not max out my senses because I didn't want to go crazy. But, like, I very easily had the point range to, like, put all my extra points to be 3 and all those because there's only 3. It's not expensive. For body and coordination, there's a few more. There's, like, 4 or 5 because they have to do with, like, combat stuff, right, in addition to usual utility. Because coordination also covers, like, drive and stealth. Melee covers athletics and endurance. Mind, as always, has a shitload of stuff. Mind is always, like...
Another time,
Very well then.
It's a little bit like Int in D&D. If you want to do anything non-fighty, just ramping Mind is a good idea because it'll give you more breadth, even with penalty dice and more skills, knowledges, languages, medicine, etc. And there's a handful of command skills as well. So, like, if you're decently invested in body and you've already got the stuff you want in, like, basic athletics, endurance, whatever, you know, and you have the free skill points, which you probably do, depending on your miracles, I don't know. Buying, like you said, a couple points in, like, melee improvised is probably not going to kill you. Ranged improvised, also probably not a horrible idea.
Like, yeah. Yes, Aaron is right, though, Axe. If you want to do, like, pull metal from that, that's an attack quality, probably with an if-then.
Yeah. Like, you don't need a skill. Now, you can buy extras to make you need skills, but that's overcomplicating it, especially knowing that you will already probably have issues with this axe. Like, you don't need skills to just magnetically throw weapons at people. And as a useful power, you can probably say, oh, I can manipulate metal. I will, like, pull up rebar and make a club. Sure, that's a skill. You know, that's just you make an object. But if you're actually, like, just, like, magnetoing girders at people, which, again, depending on your dice pool, you might not be. That might be a lot of mass. That's just the attack's power, which starts with range by default. You probably also want mass for knockback, but, you know, we'll figure that out whenever a sit-down occurs and you do hard and fast math. But, yeah, as Lucky and Aaron said, you just have an attacks. It's, like I said, there's 3 qualities to every miracle. Attacks for if you hurt people. Defense for if you don't get hurt. Also, sometimes other people, but usually yourself. Defense is, I think, the only quality that starts itself. And useful, does stuff.
Does everything else.
And, yeah, and if you're like, gee, that sounds like really vague and broad, Omega. Yes, that's Wild Talents.
It's up to
the book
you.
Is so, especially the second edition, is so sassy.
It's up to you to make it specific.
Yeah, the only rule is that it does say one useful power quality should do one useful thing. So it should not be like, unless you've got specific powers to like extras to make it different.
Can I gallop, please? There we go. Fuck.
I think there was maybe some dialogue that I'm trying to work through.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, no. I'm sure you haven't, even though I said to earlier. You've been just not to be handy for you to look at the cafeteria right now, but there is literally there are 2 cafeteria miracles. One is control, one is create. This is how you do basic bitch elemental powers. You want to be the Human Torch, create fire. Cool. You generate fire. You can use it to hurt people. You can use it to defend yourself by like blocking or flying away or something, evading. And useful, you can create fire, whatever that means. And I will say, narratively, the difference between control and create is important. It is actually quite meaningful, Axe, if your character can create metal or control metal. If you can control metal, you are inherently limited, both by a combination of just like narrative and possible if-thens. Though I think I would probably say, and Lucky can weigh in on this himself, when I did this, I would only like if-then if it's a specific metal type. Like if it had to be magnetic, you would say if-then ferrous. So like, you know, if somebody like slaps you with copper wire, you can't do shit. But again, that's just extras and flaws. Well, this person's very touchy. Up in your face. But like just control. Now create obviously is like, okay, you can make metal. But then you're limited by like how much metal can you create? Well, I can only make so much mass, so
Shut up, Pekka.
okay, you can just skip the if then. How much is control in the cafeteria?
It's expensive.
Well, yeah, it's because you usually need a lot of juice. Let's see.
I think control is an ADU.
Let's get you them out.
Oh yeah, no, like I said, it is ADU because it's all of them. You can the game assumes you can attack, you can defend yourself, and you can do stuff. Okay, control type. 6 per die.
I see you carry
So
a bow.
ADU, mass or range, self, mass or range. You super control some energy or substance. You can control from energy from a substance. Your power is the mass capacity. You control energy. You can control the amount of energy within the power's range. To have both mass and range capacities to manipulate solid matter at a distance, take extra power capacity, range, or mass. Which, by the way, those are another +2 per. So you would probably be at, without any extras or flaws, be at 10 points per die.
Oh, wow. Okay.
If you have a specific hard fire-defined substance or energy, you can take if-then or an equivalent flaw to low its utility. And then control doesn't allow you to create that substance or energy out of thin air. That requires a separate miracle for create. And create is also 6, because it's ADU, mass or range. Now, hypothetically, you do not... For attacks, I don't know if you need mass and range, but you probably should because knockback. Like, you are going to want to be able to be like, oh, I'm going to hit a guy with a flying car door. He might have to, like, fly back, right? Like, that seems typical. So, you'll probably want some flaws to make that cheaper. Yeah. It's ADU already, X. So, yes, you can always manipulate massive metal, hypothetically, and then go from there. So, and then, like I said, there's plenty we can do. You might, for instance, on your attack power, a cheap one is limited damage. You can reduce the damage from shotgun killing to just killing or shock. Metal weapons, that would make sense for you to do just killing damage, right?
Right.
There's all kinds of other fun things, like, another one which, like I said, I didn't go for as a limiter, but could have, is mental strain -2. Every time you use your power, take point of shock damage to the head, get your little nosebleed.
Yep.
You know, fragile, your power stops working, you take damage. If-then's obviously specific condition. Direct feed, you can spend willpower. There's depleted. Backfires, you take killing damage to your torso when you use it, right?
Right. If-then is usually the one that I usually like to rely on.
Yeah, if-then is the catch-all for any kind of limited. Like for instance, if... and again, it's up to Lucky if he approves of these, but one thing I usually did was verbal or somatic components as a common if-then.
Yep.
If you have to use your hands to manipulate it, you can apply that as an if-then, because that matters, because the wild talents is locational hit damage. Hey, if both your arms are full of damage, you can't use your hands to manipulate the metal. That is a valid if-then target.
Yep.
You can always... I would not actually recommend reduced capacities, because you actually want to be able to move lots of mass and have lots of range. You can do willpower cost. You can, spend willpower, etc.
Is that mine? That's my fucking boar. He's getting off the track. It's like, pardon me.
That's fun. No, that would be inherent acts, actually. If you have multiple qualities or multiple capacities, basically, the more range you want to use, the less mass you can use. So, if you want to go all the way to, if you want to go, lifting a car, you could probably only do that at, a couple of yards. If you want to, grab a tiny screw, you can do that at range. At much farther range. By default, anyway. There's more extras and flaws, but we're trying to make your power cheaper, not more expensive.
Okay, I think something borked here.
Oh, did you? I mean, I've had some problems. I once had a quest NPC get stuck between a wall and a machine, and I had to wiggle them out.
No, it's like my... There we go. Like my, my job quest kept freaking out for some odd reason.
Look who's back.
Okay. Yeah, I've run into a couple of issues with, enemies spawning. I had at least one issue where I was doing a quest.
There we go. Now it works.
And then I got, awful, frame rate lag, and I just reloaded and did it. Oh, you're gonna do a little race.
Yeah, I'm gonna try out this race.
Neat. But yeah, no, like, and the beautiful thing about, so we talked about this, right, with like miracle math, right? Like every quality or capacity you add adds cost, but because they're all the same miracle, you can have them kind of cover for each other, and extras and flaws only apply to each quality. So if you want to apply the if-then, you quote-unquote have to apply if-then to every level of that, so that means you get 3 per die off. So technically you could do ADU, mass capacity on attacks and useful, and I might actually write this out for Axe later so he understands what I mean by all that stuff. Formatting. And then if you put if-then, somatic, you have to, have your hands free or whatever to gesture. You can actually, like, get -3 for every level, so that comes down to 7 per die, which is still expensive, but, you've got the wiggle room to actually buy probably 5 or 6 points in it, and then you can always build up over time. And, like I said, you wanna go deeper? We can go deeper. We can figure out other stuff.
Oh, shit.
Willpower bid.
God damn it. Trying to shoot backward is dumb, guys. Just telling you that now.
You like that?
Fair enough. Can you... You can't really make your mounts jump, can you?
No, not really.
Because I was going to say, what I would do is I would pull out a trip caster and I would set a trip line in front of me and jump over it, fucking steeple style. But if your mount stick can't really clear your own tripwires, that's a problem. I'm sensing this is one of those side quests that's probably much easier if you invest in the mounted tree.
Oh, probably.
But yes, I hope you've liked us for, I think, at least the past 20 minutes musing about how flexible WoW is. It's very flexible. I love it. But it requires a little bit of system mastery and a little bit of investment to get out what you want, right?
Gotcha now.
So I'm trying to finish this race real quick. There we go. Woo! So, yeah, I don't think I have anything else to talk about with Wild Talents. We'll probably get more out of it as...
No. Lucky did not complain when I had 10D in a power.
Nope.
Now, like I said, your powers are probably expensive, buddy, so... you'll probably not start with that many unless you have 70 points to invest. And honestly, like I said, going ham. Well, like I said, if you buy the if-then for somatic, that's 7, so you've got 7 per die. You can probably buy like 5 or 6. That's a decent pool. That gives you a little bit of range, a little bit of mass.
Prize for winning the race.
Where
You earned it.
if again. I feel like I'm qualifying a lot. It's like, obviously, Lucky will be jamming, not me. But Lucky is racing right now. If we all remember, you will maybe have to do some juggling between your mass and range numbers. And if Lucky wants to be, on the ball about making sure our miracles are all balanced and stuff, that's something.
I mean, that's something I'm going to do, but, like... As long as you're not trying to pull out fucking the all-powerful disintegrating hands that Kiara had, like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be like okay with most things.
Yeah, like I said, that's where I'm like, I was a little worried. I'm like, I hope not just non-physical. Is it too much?
Nah. Nah, like I said, it's that 6 die. It's like it's killing. I want a little oof at the killing only, but I'm like,
Oh well, remember the default for an attack's power is shock and killing.
Yeah.
That's like. It's a slamma-jamma. I was like, killing is technically holding back.
To set up a race at the farthest end of Lowlands, right by the beach. Make your way there.
If I'm in the...
You here to join the race?
all right.
I could always be like Vera later and realize maybe I need a stun setting on this, and I can get the shock-only version. My hands just make you sleepy. Like, this is another thing to point out. Like, if he doesn't take another flaw, Axe's power, which has an ADU, will technically, like, if he hits somebody with a steel beam, that's shock and killing to that hit location. Which, makes sense. Steel girder. I mean, I could have rigged it that way. I could have given myself a regen power.
But yeah, but
to
like I
my
said,
attack to eat their life points. But that's like further complexity. There's no rule that I can't heal. I didn't put an if then on it. There's no reason where, so long as I'm conscious, I can't just heal myself. Heal or heal thyself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds. This was not a thing to discuss. Watched a video I think earlier today. I wanted to beam it over to our lovely one of our neighboring secret communities of Crow's Nest, because it was 14. Where is that? Okay, I'll shoot this to your Crow's Nest now. You guys might get it.
Oh, what is this?
I found it.
I have to get back and do some Final Fantasy later. But oh.
I believe, yeah, that's called Resilient. You can always, yeah, I'm trying to remember. Is it limited capacities?
What's
It might be an if then. There's, because Aaron is talking about he wanted to make his only healed shock damage. Let me see.
Couldn't you just do limited shock? Would that work?
I'm trying to think. So
Is that
regeneration
damage
5,
only? I don't
well,
remember.
Permanent self only. Limited damage is only for damage, but oh, I don't think it's in this version. Let me dig up the essential. I feel like there was a cafeteria miracle. I think it was called Resilient, where you healed your shock damage, and it was just shock damage. They have switched some things around, so I don't know if it translates 1-to-1, but let's see. Cool miracle cafeteria. Are yes, Resilient 3. Okay. So I mean, this is, again, you're the GM, Lucky. It's up to you if you accept this. But yes, back in Essentials, the previous edition, limited damage could also apply to useful. So Resilient was a useful quality that was engulf, if then only after combat, permanent self only, limited damage, shock. So basically, only after a crisis ends. Which is another thing you could do if you don't want to heal constantly. That's why regeneration is expensive. Every die you have in regeneration constantly heals you all the time. So it's pretty baller, but you can there's a softball version. So if Lucky's okay with like that as an if then, it's -1, just like limited damage. Here, I'll take a screenshot of the version of Essentials and drop it in Top Cabal.
I saw something shifting.
Like I said, there's a lot of flexibility with Wild Talents. I appreciate that we can softball, and I'm okay softballing. Like my previous experience with Wild Talents has been arguably very high power and min-maxed, even at average point totals. We had a lot of people. No? That sounds like an if-then X. No, you just regenerate. It's not everything is Cosmic Horror X. It's just you're Wolverine. You just regrow. It's very good. You know, expensive, and you gotta buy. You probably want to buy. Well, actually, I don't know. You might not want to buy hard dice in regeneration. If you want to be good, you want to buy hard dice in regeneration, so you heal like 2 shock and 2 killing everywhere every round. But you know, funny. But no, mechanically, the useful for healing just removes damage. The way I described it for, like I said, for Mel is her healing power heals you width in shock and killing, bolsters your life force, moves you farther away from death's door. You appear to magically get better. Like, just like, you're less injured. Actually, do I have so, not quite an if-then, but I did say that Mel needs skin contact to work. Not skin to skin, because non-physical, but I should not do this in mittens. So I'm sure if there's a winter arc, Lucky will have fun with that. Constantly pull my mittens off.
I'm giggling a little bit and just thinking that you're just gonna sink your non-physical hands into people's bodies. Just.
I mean, that is kind of how non-physical works.
Yep. But I think that it. Probably.
Seems fair.
Die.
We've been going for 4.5 hours. We talked a lot about tabletop stuff. Talked to a lot about Horizon. And, of course, you've been playing Horizon all this 4 hours. I have not.
I love the sharp bow. That was your eye.
Let's see. Is there any other...
Give me your shards. I need to buy new armor.
Give me your pocket change.
Got it.
What I was going to say was just general update stuff for us. We're still doing Uncharted.
Yeah.
Uncharted will continue for a while. I actually forgot the other day we'd done 3. I love Uncharted 4. I every time we've streamed, I've been super sucked in, right?
Right.
But at the same time, also, like, boy, is it a dense game.
Heavy armor must be the leader of the bunch.
Like, I think we still have to do, like, at least 2 more streams, if not 3, at the current rate, based on the number of chapters left, right?
That was the wrong button, me. Yeah. No, we still got a little bit.
And then, obviously, after that, Lost Legacy, so we'll see what we're doing next after that. I have some ideas, but nothing locked in. Will let us know about stuff. And, of course, if Lucky wants to take the helm for a little bit as well, if there's any other games.
I'm trying to think if there's anything I want to do, but...
It's okay. We got a while to work through. We'll think of stuff. But, yeah. So, tune into that on Monday. I've written the script for Wanted Odysseus. I need to do assets and shoot that. I'll be doing that tomorrow before Delta Green. Yeah, I won't have to...
That was your ear.
Scheduling stuff, we do that, because...
New piercing.
I'm very jazzed for Sunday for Delta Green.
Oh, I am too.
Listen, as evidenced by how Lucky, like I said, shows up and yells at us in the tabletop cabal. Like, if you need to jam about the mechanics of Wild Talents, we can do that pretty easy. Especially now that I've built a test character and I remember how the math works.
Math.
But yeah, I'm very jazzed for Delta Green, so I'll be ready to get in there. So look forward to that AP. I do not know if we will conclude. Like I said, there's a lot of dense clues and stuff and multiple things going on, angles. So we'll see how far we get. I think Dallas said he might be busy, not this week, but next Sunday. So we'll have to check in with him. Might have to figure out something. Sadly, with Dallas, we can't pivot to the Sprawl because he's also in that. But yeah, look out for that AP. Look out for Wanted. Check out streams. Depending on the time and space, we'll probably bust out another Fail Betrayal. We're going to talk about Vylons. Shapes! Like flying shapes. It's gonna be funny. Yeah, okay. I think that's all the stuff I got with the usual, like, here's what we're doing, look forward to this, please watch us more, yay.
Yay.
So with that, I think it's time to skedoodle on out of here there. Lucky, any pre-skedoodle things you want to say?
No.
Okay. Lucky only wishes to skedoodle.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and all other fun stuff. Check out our Patreon. Join our channel memberships. Badges and emotes. Aaron's got some badges. He can send some emotes. Yeah, no, that's what I got.
All right. We out. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye.
Good night.